Meeting adjourned. Okay, Director Tucker is away and participating on Zoom, so I'm going to be running the board meeting tonight, but we do have a full quorum. So moving on to establishing the agenda. Do I have a motion to establish the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. And before we establish the agenda, I just want to say that, of course, the recent bond vote is top of mind for a lot of us involved in the school system. And we will be talking about that further during the superintendent and board reports. Yeah, and now, sorry, Commissioner Cook. Okay, so to establish the agenda, students. Aye.
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 Okay, so 2050. Okay, so we have full governance process monitoring, and this is board policy 1800 OE7, financial administration, and this is an action item.
Great. Bringing forward our financial administration before I turn it over to Director Sullivan and the team. You know, we continue to make steady progress in a time that is really challenging for school districts. I was on calls yesterday with two of my colleagues, both in school districts that are not only cutting significantly, but are going to end significantly even below where we are in terms of fund balance. Some of our districts that are still growing with student enrollment, they're the ones who are weathering this the best, but there's challenges in other spots. So I'll turn it over to Director Sullivan.
Thank you, Superintendent Rundle. So in regard to OE7 financial administration, with respect to the actual ongoing administration of the district's financial resources, the superintendent will take reasonable measures to prevent material deviation from the budget policy adopted by the board of directors. Cause or allow any fiscal condition that is inconsistent with the values, vision, and mission stated in board policy 0001 or places the long-term financial health of the district in jeopardy. For items 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9 deemed in full compliance, though similar to last year, item 5 we deemed to be not in compliance. Item 5 states maintain annual budget reserves of at least 8% with a target of 10% for the prior fiscal year ended as of August 31st. They're adequate to be consistent with responsible and prudent financial management practices for public school districts.
Questions or discussion?
Yeah, so 4 years ago, when I came on the board, I think everyone knew what the financial issues were. Like there was a precipitous drop in enrollment. I'm a little bit confused, and maybe for the illumination of both myself as well as those at home of what the difficulties are today when enrollment is stabilized and revenue is exactly at expectations.
Well, the revenues that we continue to receive from the state are not keeping up with inflation, so we keep falling further and further behind there. I think the consistent cap of the levy is really catching up to us now as we look at not being able to expend or to extend that and make that go further. I think the cost of contracts and labor and others that to try to maintain also in coordinates with OE4, OE6, OE10, the other ones I think are making it difficult. I'll kick it over to you, Director Sullivan, to add.
Yeah, I know there's much to add to that. It's a balancing act, correct? It is programs versus fund balance. We need fund balance to cover the costs in those lean months, especially April, especially November-ish or so, December-ish or so. And so there's this constant juggling act going on. Personally, myself and Director Adams is here tonight. I think we'd like to see a larger fund balance because we know those lean months are a struggle. We do our best to make sure the bills are paid. But it is a question for you, the board. How fast, how slow do you want to achieve this goal?
I see, I'm just gonna raise a question. Just to clarify, right here we are finding ourselves in compliance or not in compliance. Is this the place to discuss fund balance philosophy, or is this a
It could be here, or later on, we're going to be discussing fund balance as another item. And so maybe pose the question and we can decide whether or not now is the best time or later on with the fund balance.
No, I was just wondering, since I do see it on the agenda for later, if you could maybe hold that discussion for later. But do you have anything more?
Yeah, the explanation given was inflationary costs over the last 4 years. If you know offhand what our labor contracts, our labor expense, which is the dominant, 85% approximately of our budget is labor, how that is compared to inflation over the last 4 years.
Inflation on the IPD as they measure inflation in terms of what the state provides, or based on what measurement of inflation?
So my belief when I was on CMIPS 2 years ago with the levies was that median certificated compensation was about $125,000 a year. Now that's about $150,000 a year. So I mean, I feel like that is what, almost over 25%. I would just like to know if the argument is the reason we're not able to meet our budgetary, balance our budget. If it's inflation and it's not enrollment shocks, it's not, revenue was anticipated, but I guess the argument is that we have to promise more than we have, knowing that we don't have enough to give. I would like a little bit more of that flushed out, how much inflation has been, how much our expenses has risen with inflation.
Well, I think the expenses with respect to salary and compensation are twofold, maybe even threefold. One is certainly our last year and this year, our negotiations have been less than the full IPD with our MIEA partners to extend to a 3-year contract in the current year and also attract and retain. That's where we did IPD plus 1% this year and next year. So yes, there are increased costs with that, and those certainly come with ramifications. But at the same time, we have SEB that's increasing, and our benefits continue to escalate at rates that are challenging. Can you fill in some blanks there?
Part of the problem with SEB is part-time people get full-time benefits. It's a new thing the state put into play many years ago. If somebody waives their benefits, we still have to pay that money to the state, even if you're over prototypical school. So the increase in SEB for everybody above prototypical school right now, we pay $14,136 a year for medical benefits that we get no revenue for. And no school can operate at prototypical school if you just can't operate at a school at that level. So that's one of the major increases that we have. And this coming year, it looks like it's going to go up $133 more a month per person. 133 more a month per person. And that was a final push by the state at the last minute to give those types of benefits throughout everybody.
It feels a bit like the intention in asking questions like that is to try and get someone from the district to say that our finances are being managed reasonably and appropriately. We all know, based on our own personal pocketbooks, that costs of goods, costs of labor, costs of everything is outpacing any increase in salaries that some people might get. The cost of insurance, the cost of utilities, the cost of both liability insurance and health insurance is far outpacing. It doesn't take a financial expert to know that it's far outpacing, because we know that our own bottom lines are getting smaller and smaller every day. The funding model in the state is broken. I really wish we could focus on solving our own problems rather than pointing fingers and telling trusted people who are doing a great job that they're not. We have audits every year by the state, and we've gotten the highest marks we can in terms of the audits. If we were doing something wrong, they would be pointed out there. what I want to talk about or ask about at this point is, our current students deserve their apportionments from the state. And we are failing to meet their needs in the best way that we can by not prioritizing their needs. And, sorry, I lost my computer. It's gone. Oh, there it is. We keep relying on the legislature to make fixes. We keep relying on undemocratic manners in which we have to provide for school funding. We need to keep relying on the federal government, who has very clearly expressed no interest in supporting public education. We need to work together, not divide. And while there might be lots of ideas of ways to do that, the division is harmful, it's damaging, and it's harmful and damaging to our kids. The politics needs to stop, and the fixes need to happen, and the community needs to understand that choices have consequences. And we're now in a place where we made a very clear decision in COVID that we weren't going to cut staff, knowing that our enrollment dropped because people made other choices for their kids. And we did that because not only did we want to maintain our staffing for the people who serve our kids, but also because it was the right decision to make for our kids. And we're bearing the brunt of that now. We keep waiting for the legislature to pass reasonable financial measures that are gonna pay our actual costs, and they're not even close. I heard a number today where we need them to come up with a couple $100 per student for MSOC funding, and they're coming up with like, what, $35 per student. We are falling farther and farther and farther behind, and I would strongly argue that we know what revenue we have. Well, revenue, you can't look at constant dollars in revenues when expenses are astronomically increasing. It's misleading, it's pulling the wool over people's eyes. It's your buying power. So our buying power is decreasing regardless of what our revenue is. Unless there's an actual allegation of mismanagement, I propose that we actually look on how to fix this. One suggestion I have, whether we talk about it in the monitoring report or later on when we talk about finances, when we made the decision to have the attempt at building back our fund balance at the rate that we did, we had every expectation and have put the work in based on our legislative advocacy in order to expect that the legislature was going to fix the funding model. And they've only continued to disappoint us and not do the things that are obligated by their paramount duty. I am really questioning whether or not we want to modify our expectation of the rate at which we are attempting to build back our fund balance at this point. I'm not suggesting we deficit spend at all. I know people are going to start spreading that rumor because it's something that happens every meeting. I am not suggesting deficit spending. I'm suggesting that we slow down the rate at which we're trying to build back our fund balance. We have an obligation to care for our students today, and obviously it's for the future too, because that's a healthy financial way to live, but we can't do it on the backs. We're not doing it on the backs of our staff who go to work every day, who are absolutely entitled and work hard for the salary that they earn. And we're not going to do it on the backs of our students who deserve to get the education that we've promised them that we got as kids. We're going through a rough time right now. It's cyclical, and until there's big changes made, I think we need to look again at the rate in which we have the expectations of increasing our fund balance or growing back our fund balance. I agree that 8 to 10% is the healthy fund balance. I don't think anyone would argue otherwise. I agree that we're not in compliance of that. I think it's very clear where we've been extraordinarily transparent. I think the district financial people have been extraordinarily transparent in why. And that if there's gonna be votes for finding the district not in compliance of OE7, that it would be prudent and responsible to make very clear allegations of where the district has not followed the board's policies and expectations in doing so, and where there has been irresponsible spending, if there has been. Otherwise, it's just irresponsible behavior. And I expect more from ourselves as a board. So I will be voting in compliance with all terms except for number 5, which is not in compliance. And then we'll be making the recommendation that that we find the district in compliance with noted exceptions because of number 5. And I think I gave a clear explanation of why.
Do we want to?
I think Magnified's coming.
Sorry, Magnified.
Oh, yeah, just, I kind of want to be like, what she said. I'd like to talk more about the fund balance in the item that's actually, noticed for that discussion. So, but I also will be voting in compliance for the same reasons that Deborah just cited.
Since this item is coming up for discussion later on in our agenda, can we, I see your hand raised, but I'm wondering if we could table the discussion of it.
My comment will take about 20 seconds in comparison to Deborah's mini Booker speech.
And then after Dan's comment, we'll move to vote on this item unless.
I just have
Oh,
two
sorry.
clarifications, but I'll follow the direction.
Yeah.
Thanks.
One question, and that's nationally, when it comes to salary, how does Washington compare?
Are we gonna compare
That's not-
cost of
that's
living
not-
in every community?
I believe-
every
I
believe it's-
place,
I
and
believe
every
it's- I
funding
believe it's
model
now-
for every
I believe it's
state?
now second by Bureau of Labor Statistics.
And what's the cost of living in the King County area?
Okay,
Okay, I'm not sure this is, I'm not
So
sure
Or Mercer Island
adding
for
a
that
lot
matter.
to the discussion of whether or not more compliance.
then I don't think we should have centralized funding, but you seem to like that.
Well,
Okay.
well, then why don't you run for governor or state superintendent?
Okay.
And you can change the funding model, but this
All right,
meeting
I-
has nothing to do
Please
with
put your
that.
little triangles up and I'll recognize you.
I think the 125,000 that you were probably citing from that CMIPS, if I'm guessing, is probably the average salary. That was it's what the state reports as the average salary of what they're funding, probably with the inflationary factor or the additional 18%. That's probably what that is, but it doesn't include all the benefits, which is why the numbers that we've been giving are higher on that. I think the other thing, to kind of contextualize what Director Lurie had mentioned, I think we're all extremely disappointed. We went from the hopes of a Senate with a $15 billion package and the House about $14 billion that the governor was not in favor of. They went back, dropped down to about $12 billion, and now we're at $8 billion. That $35 on the MSOC side is about $136,500 that we will get more next year for MSOC. The problem is, as I've shared, I think in previous board meetings, we have a $170,000 bill increase for insurance alone. So our insurance is going to outpace that MSOC increase. And I think those are some of the other challenges on that inflation not keeping up with the apportionment.
Erin, did you want to weigh in on something?
No, I was just gonna add that I didn't have the information, because I think if other people looked my way with respect to where this state falls, if that's something the board is interested in getting, I'm happy to do that. The other piece is just, I think it's important, there was a number thrown out in terms of the median salaries of our certificated staff, and I don't know where that number came from, but I don't think it comports exactly with our median salaries, and again, it may be
Median
because of,
compensation.
pardon?
Median compensation.
Compensation.
It's
It's
from
including
what
the
the
benefits.
state funds us at for the positions that they believe we should have.
Because benefits in at least the public sector is significantly
With
higher
benefits.
than the private sector, so.
But if somebody wanted me to do that work, I was volunteering to do it and to bring it back. That would be helpful, but I did not have any of that information handy.
That's fine.
So, Jen, can I have a motion or?
You can ask for a
So
motion.
can I have a
on-
motion to find the district in compliance with everything except point 5 of OEDF? So move. 1807?
Second.
Okay, and do the students vote?
Yep.
Okay, and so we'll go to a vote, students?
Aye.
Board?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Any nays?
Nay.
Okay, so 2-0 for.
Why? Because we,
I asked for people to say their explanation. Clearly, you don't have to, but I think that, you know, if you're making a public vote that our district is not in compliance with financial expectations, that you actually say what your concern is.
the concern
where
is
they
that we
haven't been in
approved a budget that was not
Considering
predicated
the
on
fact that
cuts
there's
and
been a
later
state
today. Okay,
auditor's report saying that we're in
Yes.
compliance.
so I believe transparency is more than satisfying an audit by a state regulator. It's when we approve a contract that is not said that it's predicated on cuts, that in fact we can meet our financial obligations when revenue is at expectations, enrollment is at expectations without cuts. Otherwise, we should have been informed about that when we approved the contract
Where
in
have you
September.
been? Because we've been informed about it, but I don't think you were at that meeting, were you?
What
Did you vote for the contract to be approved? 'Cause
Yes.
That's, okay. And so now you have an issue with it?
Yes, because I asked if it was predicated
So easy to
on
go
cuts.
back and be a naysayer about
No.
every issue. We have fully
That's
accepted.
accountability.
And the superintendent was
All right, I would like
transparent.
to,
No, I'm not done yet. I'm sorry. He was extraordinarily transparent about the fact that we are going to be making cuts in our staffing based on enrollment, and that he wasn't gonna do it all at once, but we were fully expecting it. If you weren't, I don't know where you've been, because we knew that these were gonna be coming. They've been less and less and less than what has been anticipated. Every time it's been less. But you know the best.
okay. I
Yes,
think
and
that
at least I know what my values are and my positions are, and I believe.
You voted to support the
Okay,
contract.
okay, in compliance with the way we are running our meetings, I would like us to please wait to be recognized. I think that this impassioned back and forth is not really helpful for the general business of the board. And I appreciate that we all feel strongly about the schools and our children.
I would ask that rather than taking votes, that we do individual votes and individual votes to make it very clear what the votes are.
Okay, do we need to go back and vote again or from your?
I mean, I asked for explanations and that wasn't respected,
Okay,
but
thank you, Deborah.
You're very respectful.
Thank you, Dan. We're gonna move on to, board policy 1009, board member code of conduct. And this is another action and we're trying to find if we're in compliance with the board. Is that correct? Yeah. So the board member code of conduct, just to refresh ourselves, board commits itself and its members to ethical, professional, lawful conduct, including proper use of authority and appropriate decorum when acting as board members. Should I go?
Yeah, it might be helpful to go one by one and then maybe vote on each one as you go through on this one, because it's a board one.
Okay. So point 1, board members will represent the interests of the residents of the entire Mercer Island School District, which includes refraining from conduct prohibited by board policy 1010. So we can go and, if there are no questions, talk about both compliance, non-compliance.
You can ask for you could do this a couple different ways. You could ask for a motion on each one and then do a vote on each one. That would probably be the easiest
Okay.
tonight.
Do you have a motion to find the district in compliance if there are no discussion?
Just item 1.
Item 1? So again, the thing I just read, board members represent the district was insufficient unless there's any discussion or.
So we have to just move to vote on the.
So someone will have to move, someone will have to second, we'll have to vote, and then we can go to item 2.
I move to vote on number 1.
Okay? Do we have a second?
I second.
All right, students, board,
All in favor?
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Okay, 2050. Point 2, board members may not exercise individual authority over the superintendent and staff. Board members' interaction with the superintendent and the staff must recognize the lack of authority vested in individuals except where explicitly authorized by the board. Individual board members have no authority to give direction to staff or to the superintendent. Board members should not publicly express individual negative opinions about the superintendent or staff member's performance. Any such expressions of negative opinion regarding the superintendent's or staff member's performance will be made only by the board after reviewing the employee performance issue in question in executive session and thereafter taking appropriate action, stating the grounds for the opinion in open public session. Maggie Ty, is your hand up?
yes, it is. I just want to clarify, this is for the entire last year, correct?
Yes, your reviews are annual, and so it's from this time last year through this time this year.
Yes, okay.
No,
I think just giving each person a chance to go through.
Yeah.
project.
Okay. So, yeah.
So I have a question. If we're reviewing this for the entire year, but this is a repeat because we were not in compliance last time. So we gave ourselves a few months to be compliant. Is this the one?
This is a
Is
different
it a
one.
different one? Okay, okay.
I
I
was
thought it
wondering
was the
the
same
same
one.
thing.
I was like, okay, it's a different one. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go through and let the board and then the students, if you wanna, I'll let you go to the end if you want. Jennifer?
I'll be voting not in compliance. The board had to take significant amount of time to deal with and address the non-compliance and censure a board director for exactly this, of attempting to continuously give direction solely to the superintendent. This is what the censure was about. And while the behavior has probably nullified a bit, it was not in compliance over this year. It has significant implications on the ability of our superintendent to do his job. I think 2B is also not in compliance, as we just experienced.
Maggie, I see your hand up again. I'm gonna go with the people in the room and then go to you if that works for you, unless you have something. I can't see you because
She said thumbs up.
That's fine.
Scoot right over there. Just scoot over that table. Christina, do you have anything else you want to? I'm just gonna run the table. Okay, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's many ironies here, including that now there's a vote for the board passing and acting expeditiously to pass policy proposals. But 6 months ago, when I proposed to be attached as an agenda item, a policy proposal on the SAT during the school day, that prompted a censure. And I also just find the gaslighting of any criticism or questions about finances is an attack on individuals, is disturbing. It basically says that we cannot exercise independence and oversight without someone like you just saying it's a personal attack and negative.
I'm gonna take a director's prerogative here and just say that this is, thank you for comment. And we have visited this issue many, many times during our board meetings, so I don't think we need to further address it now unless it seems particularly relevant.
I think clarifying what the censure was actually for.
The censure, the censure was not for bringing up the SAT, the school SAT. We could revisit the actual text of that if we need to. Maggie, Ty, do you wanna?
Yeah,
So-
I don't want to rehash a lot of past things, but I just want to make clear to the public that that I will be voting finding us not in compliance on both of these points. but that it's not the board as a whole. It is in fact just one director. I would also just like to read the definition of gaslighting, since that's a charge that has been made a couple of times in recent meetings. Gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation where a person attempts to sow seeds of doubt in a targeted individual, making them question their perception, memories, or sanity. The term originates from the 1938 stage play and 1944 film, Gaslight, in which a husband tries to convince his wife she's going insane by manipulating elements of their environment, blah, blah, blah. That's all.
Yes, Christina.
I'm just gonna comment that this is so similar to the one that we were not in compliance, just very recently. So, and I see that we are all explaining why we are not going to vote in compliance. So just stating that it is obvious why.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, well then maybe we can, oh, sorry.
Brad also.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to remind the board that like, as like we have more discussion on like sensitive issues, that like we should remember that like the community's watching and like students are watching. And it's important like how you conduct yourself. Like it's important to share your opinions, but like in a respectful way. Yeah.
All right, Fred.
Just as the reminder, to fully flesh it out, it's 1002 and 1003 that will come back in May. That's the board job description as well as monitoring board governance process. Those are the two that you were referring to.
All right, so we're gonna vote on this particular point of our agenda. So do we have a motion to vote on just point 3 here, or point 2 here?
So I do have a question.
Yes.
That's okay. When you are not in compliance, something, there's a plan in the comments. So what happens when, if it's not, we're not in compliance, what are we gonna do next? So is that at the end of the votes that we decide what we're gonna do?
It could either be tonight at the end of the votes, or you could do it during language monitoring. At the next meeting, you could come back and say, okay, we found ourselves not in compliance. Do we have any language that we want to change in this? And then you can talk about that, and then you can talk about if we're not in compliance, then what do we want to do? You could do it tonight, or you could do it then.
Thank you. Oh, I move that we find the board not in compliance of number 2.
Do you have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, students?
Can we abstain?
Yes, sure. Okay, so it's a abstain to 0, 2 abstain, 0. Board members, do you want to roll call the vote for every vote, or
Can you just restate what we're voting, just to make it clear, since
You're voting
since it's a negative?
Yeah, we're voting so that the board be found not in compliance of OE 1009, board member code of conduct, point 2. So I vote the board is not in compliance with that. So that's at 5.
All those in, so it'd be
So all
all
those in
those in
favor?
favor of the motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions? Any? Nays? Okay, so we're 4 aye, 1 nay on finding the board not in compliance. Double negative there. Okay, moving right along to 1009.3, to build trust among board members and ensure the environment conducive to effective governance. Members will focus on issues rather than personalities, respect decisions of the majority of the board, exercise honesty in all written and interpersonal interaction, never intentionally misleading or misinforming others, acknowledge strength in the process, make every reasonable effort to protect the integrity and promote the positive image of the district and one another, always treat each other with respect, keep communication short and respectful, choose words and tones carefully and comment constructively, avoid surprises by providing a heads up to the superintendent and fellow board members, and email or speak with the superintendent about board issues, meeting periodically with the superintendent for board education. We do have periodic board education.
As a whole, I vote to find the board not in compliance with that.
Second.
Okay. So, any further discussion on this point? I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, Magda.
Sorry. Am I recognized?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thanks. I just want to clarify, I will be voting that we are not in compliance, but only because of item B. I believe we have someone who is not respecting decisions of a majority of the board.
Okay, all right, so do I have a motion to?
I want to say
Oh,
something.
okay.
I will be voting not in compliance for B, but also for other things and for myself. And I always attempt to own my behavior and take responsibility. Working with this particular board the last year and a half and the last 3.5 years has been extraordinarily challenging. I believe in our staff. I trust that everyone works to the best of their abilities. I assume good intent. And I expect my fellow board members to do the same thing. And as a board, that's fallen so short that I own the fact that I get frustrated when I see other people being disrespected, and I lash out and I say things that I often regret. It's not the things that I've said that I regret, it's the time and place. I own that, and I'm not in compliance of that. And I always try and do better.
Can I have a motion to find the board not in compliance with 1009.3?
So moved.
Okay, let's see, moved by Dan, seconded by Dan, moved by Maggie Ty. Students, do you want to vote on this? Okay, students?
Aye.
So you're finding the board not in compliance, okay, we're definitely gonna bring it in, perfect. It keeps our brains sharp. Board, we're finding the board not in compliance with this point. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're 2050, I'm finding the board not in compliance with point 3. All right, 1009.4, members shall maintain confidentiality appropriate to sensitive issues and information that otherwise may tend to compromise the integrity and legal standing of the board, especially those matters discussed in executive or exempt session. And I'm going to be watching the conversation closely to make sure that we stay close to the path of what we can discuss here in open session. Deborah. Or sorry, Chris.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I will be voting not in compliance. I have grave concerns that there's been violations of confidentiality of issues that have been discussed in executive session.
Anybody else want to come? Oh, Maggie Ty?
Likewise. So I'd like to move that we find ourselves not in compliance on this item.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, so do you guys want to vote on this?
Since we don't.
Since you're not in
Yeah, we
executive
don't-
session. All right, students are abstaining. Board, we are finding ourselves not in compliance with 1009.4. All in favor of finding us not in compliance, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? And any nays?
Nay.
So we're 4 ayes, 1 nay. No votes from the students. All right, now we are coming home to 1009.5. In the event a member incurs personal conflict of interest related to any member before the board, the member shall disclose the conflict to the board prior to discussion of such matter. See policy 1010. I feel like we're happily in compliance with one, or it hasn't come up. So either way, we win. Any discussion on this point? Okay. Could I have a motion to find the board in compliance with 1009.5?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so this time we are voting to find the board in compliance of this. We are voting in the positive, and students, do you want to vote on this? Sure, okay. Do you find a motion, I may not remember how meetings work. Do you find the board in compliance with 1009.5?
Aye.
Okay, and board?
Aye.
Aye, so we're 2050. Phew. Okey dokey. Moving on to,
I So I think we should make it clear, since we did all of these individually, there's a determination and overall. I mean, I would certainly propose that it be not in compliance, but we've got a mixed.
Wait, I don't quite understand what you're saying.
So at the bottom,
Oh, at the bottom, sorry, yeah.
So it's, we're definitely not there.
Okay,
We're probably teetering there. What Deborah's proposing is that we're not in compliance or you're not. And then that would come back with Director Martinez's question, which is when would we talk about, how we would correct this? And then we would talk about the date of remonitoring, just like we did with those other two.
okay. I think that seems like a very reasonable request. I think because we are in compliance with 1 out of 4 points, did we say, or 5
2.
points? 2 out of 5. We could either say that we're partially in compliance or not in compliance.
Yep.
In compliance with noted exceptions, which are fairly well noted
I would just ask for a motion.
and are not, can I just say that?
Yep,
Yeah.
and you can someone can make a motion
I
on
move
any
that
one
we
of those.
find the board not in compliance of board policy 1009,
Completely or with noted exception?
not in compliance.
Okay,
I second.
okay, well, we can vote to find the board not in compliance with 1009 completely. Students, you want to vote? Okay, let's talk about it again. We're finding the board not in compliance. Students
Aye.
and board members.
Aye.
And that's, we have an abstention or?
I'm not sure what the point of doing this versus what we did when it was individually, so.
I think it's the overall report. I mean, we have to.
That's just a sense of if we more than half, less than half.
I think in this case, it's 3 out of 5 and the 3 that we had were pretty big, so I think we're,
I say no then.
okay, so it's 4, aye, 1 no. Christina, do you want to add something?
No, I was just going to mention that, although I don't say I would have voted not in compliance from the beginning, as a overall, it gives us the opportunity to actually, if we go and we monitor later on.
Right.
To really think what we're gonna do, if it's gonna be language or if it's gonna be us overall, like an overall board. So, just to see the exercise, it was just a comment.
And then board, do we want to pick a date for remonitoring this, or is that something we would?
That, or we could come back to you. I think what we did last time is we came back to you at the next meeting with a recommendation of that. You had given us a time frame of 90 days, and then we came back with a recommendation. If you want to do the same there, we'll come back with a recommendation within your agenda, or you can choose.
Let's do that. I propose we do that. Have you guys come back to us with a recommendation?
Great.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment that unless every board director is committed to making changes and complying with this, I don't know what the point is of monitoring it with this current board, because otherwise we're just going to be having the same
And
discussion.
I also think there's a commitment, which I hope.
Okay, good.
I will say that also, I think it's dangerous in the sense that if we change language, we're changing the language so we are in compliance with our attitude and our performance, or is it have to be the other way around? And I think that we have to really think about it. So I don't know if it's a better pinpoint and actually think what will be a better solution to be an efficient board instead of just trying to trick language to be in compliance.
And I don't, it's not my understanding that we're talking about bringing back or change language, or am I?
Well, you can suspend the language review and I think where you're going is let's not do language review at the next meeting. That doesn't seem to be in alignment. Instead, have superintendent and staff come back with a recommendation of roughly 90 days, wherever it's going to fit. At that time, you re-review and then you can discuss language based on that from there. So you don't have to do language review right after, since you're going to be re-monitoring.
Yeah, I think that all of us, we have to put a pinpoint and wait a little bit, before we go. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So, but
Okay, so let's, do we have to vote on that? Okay, so we're gonna have the superintendent and staff get back to us within 90 days. And talk about language review, right? Okay, excellent. This is going so smoothly. Okay, so now we're talking about board policy 1010, board member conflict of interest. This is again an action requirement. And I'm going to vote that we find the board in compliance, because I know of no conflict of interest that has come up in front of our board.
Second.
I mean, yeah, sorry, I guess I can't make.
No, I move,
Okay, so
I move that we find the board in compliance.
students want to vote? Wait, so we're going to define the board in compliance with 1010, which is conflict of interest. Students? Board members?
Aye.
Okay, 2050.
We've got 99 problems, but conflict of interest isn't one.
That's exactly right. All right, so moving on, do we have time to do this, student check-in?
What's
We
that?
have 15 minutes before public comment, or before.
Yes, I mean, I hate to do it to staff, but I don't know if we have time for a full transportation plan update in 15 minutes, or do we think we do all turn to staff?
Let's see what happens.
Okay.
I know.
You can do it tonight.
So you can write
So I'll bring up
That's right.
Assistant Director Curtis and Director Kuhn. Something that we haven't done in the past, but we started doing several years ago is adding a transportation plan update. We do a facility update, and we have a lot of money invested in our buses and our transportation department. And so we started this back just right before COVID, essentially. And so we're back to provide an update and a plan. So I will turn it over to our directors.
Thank you. As Fred mentioned, we want to provide an update for the transportation plan, and rather going through a complete page turn, we'd like to just highlight a couple of items that we made some updates to focus on. So I'm going to kick it over to William, and he's going to talk a little bit about some of our driver challenges and rider recovery, and where we're at with those.
Great. So I pulled out a couple of the charts from the plan. And Andres has them up here on the screen for us to look at. So this first chart is showing how we're doing as far as ridership recovery from the pandemic. And so you can see that pre-pandemic, we were averaging like 40 to 42%-ish, ridership. And we've made steady increases since then. The 34% is still significantly lower than where we were pre-pandemic, but the increases year to year are positive and generally something I feel good about. The reason I wanted to pull this out and talk about this is because there's some interrelated ideas in transportation that show up in several parts of the report. So ridership is something we want to increase for a number of reasons, one of them being financial. But that ridership is also related to our funding, and we can go ahead and show that next chart. And so there's a little bit of information in this chart. You can see that our allocation, which is the third from last column, this is what we're getting from the state by their funding paradigm, in the third from last column, was flat in the 2 years previous to this, even though we saw a big increase in our basic ridership. We traded that big increase for basic ridership. The formula is a little more complicated than what we do individually as a district, but this is kind of what we can look at. We traded some of that basic ridership for special program losses and special program ridership. We had a similar increase this year in basic ridership to the previous year, but we see a big increase in our state allocation. And the big reasons for that are the things in the first two columns. And the things in the first two columns are average distance that we travel and destinations. And destinations is short for schools or learning locations. And so how do we increase mileage and how do we increase destinations? That has to do with our driver recruiting. So basically, when we are able to recruit more drivers, we're able to take back routes that we would have to outsource to like car services, essentially like Uber for kids. And we can serve more of those destinations. And that increases both our mileage and our destinations. And even though they're the weakest factor in the state formula, having those with our ridership increases makes a big difference to our budget. And so what we really want to do is do high quality recruiting so we can fulfill all our needs and not have to outsource them to sources that we don't get paid for or when we do get paid for, we get like cents on the dollar for. And so why we were able to do this year is because our dispatchers in the department, truck dispatchers, driver trainers did a fantastic job of recruiting. We had a class, we graduated 7 drivers this last year, and to help our staff. When I started out in 2005, and please let me know if I'm gonna hit that 15 minutes, because I cannot, I'm a little windy, yeah. When I started in 2005, I was the young guy in the department, and unfortunately, I'm still kind of the young guy in the department. We have a really dedicated,
Yes.
The point stands, Tony.
high quality staff that do a great job for us, but we're kind of not really working replacement level, and that is true with drivers nationwide. It's not just a Mercer Island problem. We can effectively train. We're actually increasing our capacity to train. We can effectively train 6 drivers a year, and we have had a lot of classes where we've had to cancel them, or we're training 1 or 2 drivers a year. So last year we did 6. We pushed through a 7th driver, and we were selecting, instead of picking bare bones, we were selecting from high quality candidates. So that some of that was recruiting efforts on our part. Some of that might have been dumb luck. We're continuing to try and push that recruiting class. And at this point, we're right in the middle of interviews. We're looking like we're going to be able to recruit a similar cadre of drivers for the next year. That's going to make a big difference to the possibility to do this kind of stuff. And along with picking drivers, when we're picking those higher quality individuals to be our drivers, that makes us be able to do some other stuff on the buses, which helps the student experience and which helps our budget as far as getting ridership. Because if you're running a fuller bus, that's hard to manage. These drivers are often having 60 or more kids on the bus. They're the only adult there, and they're running that whole system. And we want that place to be an emotionally and physically safe place for our students. It's a wonderful place for them to make peer connections and also to practice social emotional skills, because they're having to advocate for themselves, know when to ask for help, know how to negotiate for space, and the drivers need to be facilitating that. And so we've made some changes in our training process to help emphasize that with drivers, to make that the most attractive way to get to school. It's also the safest way to get to school, and it's also great for our budget when we get kids to school that way. I could say more, but I'm going to stop for a second.
All right, one of the other things I wanted to update everyone on was the status of our electrification of the bus lot, kind of where we've left that. Currently, we've got, so right now we're feeding what we have. The 4 electric buses are being charged off of the current transformer, which was actually left there from back when Mercer Crest was still in play. That was the original boiler room where that little building is. So that's where everything is coming out of. So we pretty much maxed that out over the summers of 22 and 23. We installed those two chargers down there for our 4 current buses. Moving forward, Brandy and I have been working with PSE and an electrical engineer to develop kind of a 2-phase plan to power the balance of the lot. Phase 1 basically brings in power to a transformer down here on the south end of the lot, which would then power up the small buses, possibly a couple of larger buses, and also a level 3 charger kind of in the bus wash area where the district could use, but we could also use that for visiting buses that were bringing, sports teams in, so they could top off their bus at that time. A level 2 probably wouldn't give them much of a charge, but the level 3 would definitely give them a decent charge. Phase 2 would bring power in, which would be the balance of the lot over on the right-hand side where all the large buses are. We would bring power in from the peak side of the lot. That would be a much larger process bringing that in. We had talked about doing the first half of phase 1. That's roughly going to be somewhere in that $400,000 to $500,000 phase to do that work for phase 1, which would be the transformer placement, trenching, design, permitting, etc., things like that. So we don't have a plan necessarily that we're going to pull the trigger on starting that right now. But that's kind of where we're at. We have a plan moving forward when the time comes to increase the number of buses that we have. Currently, we do have 2 small buses on order, but they are both they're not electric buses. They're gasoline buses, just given the fact of the way we have to use those. So. Anyway, those are the major highlights of what we've changed. If there's any questions on what and how we're doing, or.
Can you, given that the legislative has done nothing to help pay for transportation, which they were supposed to be doing in this session, or we fully hope they would be able to do. Can you talk about anything that you have done or maybe plan to do to save costs to the district?
I'd love to talk about that. Can I talk about that, or should I send to the smart guy either? Okay, so we, one of the graphs I showed had some big red numbers on it as well. Okay, so some of that is institutional, just problems with the system in general that we're not going to be able to overcome completely. It's common for our district, a district of our nature, to have some kind of deficit, but we can do better on that deficit. And outside of legislation and help from outside, we do have some things that we can do. So we're doing some efficiency initiatives, and what that looks like is we are trying to bring more mechanical work back into the district and have our staff do that. We're not going to see gains from that right away, but we will see gains from that. And that's just a lot of, because of the size of the district we are and the kind of facilities we are, we can't do all of our mechanical work, but there's more that we can do, and we do have staff that can do it. And so we're going to reduce some costs there. We also expect to continue to see ridership expansion. And if we can recruit those drivers that we talked about before, we should see that number improve. And then another big input for us is we're actually leaving some money on the table right now because we're not collecting data properly. So in the short term, we're looking to see if we can kind of manually, with the tools we have, collect some data that's going to give us some better numbers. In the longer term, that's going to be easier to do if we put some technological inputs in, namely being able to scan students on and off the bus, so we know exactly which students are on the bus and which aren't off the bus. That'll allow some funding opportunities for us. To get the scanning in, we're going to start testing that next year, and maybe in the subsequent year, we could put it in place. And so certainly by 2 years from now, we should be able to recoup some of that money. We may be able to recoup some of that sooner if we're creative about how we do it.
A quick question on sort of in-housing some of the mechanical. Is there any potential partnerships with adjacent districts such as Bellevue School District?
And that's where we're at right now, that they do quite a bit of our larger repairs. But, one, you're paying shop rate, you're paying 2 drivers to take a vehicle over, you're paying 2 drivers to bring your vehicle back at minimum charges. So that's in addition to the mechanics fee, the parts and labor. So we do try to do as much as we can here. But we are limited with what the space that we have to do the type of work. And I mean, we don't have licensed diesel mechanics. And with electric buses, that's a whole other, that's nothing that none of the neighboring districts are even doing. We're having to take that back to the dealership. So,
Good question.
I just wanted to, I'm really impressed with the work, and I've been hearing, especially in the last month or so, we've been talking about cost saving measures. I know we were looking at alternatives in transportation to see if there were places to save money, and the message that I've been hearing is that our assistant director is doing such a phenomenal job with routes and numbers and looking at cost saving measures that keeping it all in-house is the way to go. I just want to express my gratitude for the hard work that you all are putting in as we are making every attempt to pay attention to our bottom line and save every penny that we can. Every little bit counts. And one added that I love hearing this about in terms of the technology to count the kids. It's also, I imagine, going to be a way to keep track of kids and increase safety. So I just wanted to thank you for your hard work. And I've been hearing about it a lot lately, and I think that we all should be hearing about it a lot. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much. Anything else?
I just want to echo what you said regarding some of what you said, but just to clarify, when you said like this, 34% of students take the bus only?
Yeah, so let me go back and look at this number. So yes, it's 34% is based on the way that the OSPI lets us count that and report that. And that was the easiest way for me to get apples to apples numbers. A lot more kids take the bus because that doesn't include kids who take van shuttles, which we cannot count and are not funded. Doesn't include kids who take field trips or sports trips or anything like that. And it also is just a snapshot of the days you're sampling. So you'll see somewhere else in the report, I said, there's an estimate, I'm gonna forget exactly, but like 62% of students use the bus to and from at some point during the year. That again, doesn't include the field trips, but that's because you got your regular riders who are 5 days a week, they're there every day, and then you got riders who just ride once a month or something, a couple times a month, and we're serving all those kids, and we want all those kids to ride as much as it's convenient for them and their families.
I was just curious if that explained the island traffic at one point too. The parents need to actually start using the bus.
Yeah.
Or make them.
Definitely help.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it is not count by parents registering at the beginning of the year, or it's just by a
So
period in a specific point. They can count,
Correct.
right?
that's right.
Walking through the door, we have a little clicker, we count the students as they come through on a certain week, and we count every student that comes through.
It's an actual ridership number, and I love interrupting, I'm so sorry. So
The big interruption's coming.
so if you look at that, that's taking our entire enrollment and assuming that every student makes 2 trips, one in and one back every day, and saying, comparing that to the ones that we can count.
I'm just very surprised about this moment.
But the ridership that's eligible based on board policy is actually about 10 to 12 points higher than that. Because, for example, an elementary school student who's half a mile or less from the school, if they have a safe route to walk to school, they're not gonna be eligible for bus service, and they're not gonna be counted here at all. The reason I didn't put that number on, that 10 to 12 point number, is I started to look at my data sources, and when we made a software switch, I just did not feel confident in the numbers going back, that they were perfectly accurately representing what's going on. So I'm just estimating 10 to 12 points higher of eligible bus riders. So our number right now may be something like 44% of eligible riders in the count period, and then a bigger percentage in the overall usage, if that makes sense.
Is it ethical to advertise the week in which the count happens?
It's ethical, it's not approved. In fact, a former director who I love made the OSPI create a rule, because that director used to give an interview in the Reporter when the Reporter was the main source of news, and saying this is the week to put your kids on the bus. So we cannot advertise when that happens. We count 3 times a year. We're trying to pick them for times that we think are going to be optimal because of other factors about what's going on in the district. If we put that technology in, this is the lesser way that we're going to improve our count. But if we put that technology in, we'll be now able to expand the range where we take the count, and we'll be able to pick better numbers there. But there's a couple of factors in that tracking that will help us. Yeah.
So is there anything else you want to add to transportation, Fred, or?
I don't, I just thank you to both of you on the work that you're doing to keep our kids safe, and as our bus drivers are the ones who see our kids first, or the ones who ride, and see them as they head off, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're gonna skip a few things on the, not skip, of course, come
Well,
back.
and it was just National Bus Driver.
Yes, it was, on the 22nd.
We're gonna go ahead and do recognition, student representatives report, and public input, because it is only a few minutes after 6.
Great. I'd like to start with the Pathfinder Award this year. It is hard to believe, but it has been 10 years that we've been doing the Pathfinder Award. Former Superintendent Dr. Plano was kind of the initiator of this, and we've been able to recognize several people in some years and only one person in another year. And the committee is chaired by Ian Henry, and he's been hard at work with that, but it is a great way to be able to look at the ways Islanders are impacting the world near and far. So I'm going to turn it over to Ian to talk about this year's winner.
Thank you. Hello, board directors, Pathfinder committee member Ava is on the committee. On April 10th, we announced that MIHS class of 1999 alumnus Katie J. Scott Storing was the recipient of the 10th annual MISD Pathfinder Award. Pathfinder Award recipients have contributed to society in meaningful ways through their service, leadership, and creativity in our communities. Graduates of Mercer Island High School have impacted the world in a variety of fields, including but not limited to the following areas: the arts and athletics, business, education, entertainment, law, medicine, philanthropy, volunteerism, public service, religion, scholarship, and science. KDJ co-founded an organization called IACT, an organization that supports people living in refugee camps from war-torn Chad to Armenia. She regularly traveled to help and connect with individuals while problem solving how to better their heartbreaking living situations. Over 36,000 displaced children have benefited from IACT programs in refugee camps. They've trained over 1,200 refugees to lead their own communities. Currently, her organization continues to hire over 200 refugees for paid positions through IACT, which currently offer programs across Africa, Mexico, Greece, and Armenia. The Pathfinder Committee felt that KDJ was a very deserving recipient, as she exemplified the spirit of the Pathfinder Award through her philanthropy, volunteerism, commitment to service, leadership, and aspiring to a better way of living and public service. Ava was on the Pathfinder Committee, and I think that Ava has a few comments that she would like to tell the board and the community about the selection process.
Yeah, so this year there was definitely a lot of great candidates, and so the committee definitely had like trouble thinking about who they wanted to pick. As usual, there's always a lot of great candidates, and like we really had to like ground ourselves in like what the award meant, and like going back in like the specific definition. And like one part that really stands out is like embracing the larger world and also pushing the boundaries of their potential. And we really thought that KDJ like did this through her like involvement on an international scale, outside of the MI community, outside of even the US. And so, yeah, and this award definitely is inspiring to students. And like one of its purposes is also to show students about like where MI alumni have gone and like what kind of things can be done. And yeah, so huge congrats.
Tragically, KDJ and her husband, Gabriel, who you see in the photos, passed away in a car accident in November of 2021. KDJ's daughter, who was 9 at the time, survived. So we have a plaque for KDJ that'll show up in the Pathfinder portion of the high school, indicating her receiving the award. And then we have the Pathfinder Award that we give annually to the recipient, which this year will be given to her daughter. KJ was nominated for the Pathfinder Award by class of 1999 alumnus Wendy Dubrow. I'd like to invite Wendy and her classmate, 1999 classmate Amelia Winslow, to the table here just to say a few words about what KDJ receiving this award means for her now 17-year-old daughter, Layla. This is Wendy and this is Amelia.
Thank you so much. I'm just gonna make a brief correction. Amelia was class of 98. Thank you so much for having us. I hope I don't get emotional. We've been planning for it, but now that we're here and seeing all the pictures, it feels like a lot. So I'm Wendy Dubrow. I was Wendy Clarfeld when I went to school with Dan. And we're honored to stand here today to receive the award on behalf of a much deserving lifelong childhood friend who sadly was lost way too soon. I had the pleasure of becoming friends with KDJ when she moved to the island in 4th grade. And this was a friendship that lasted for life, like many friendships on Mercer Island do. Since she can't be here with us today, we wanted to help piece together her story to paint a picture for you guys of her childhood and how that led to all of these beautiful legacies that she's left for the planet. After Katie's passing, I found a copy of an essay she wrote while she was a senior at MIHS titled My Life So Far. I'm going to take some quotes from it. Beginning with, the friends that I met at Island Park are the friends I still cherish today. But it wasn't just about friendships. Later she writes, soccer has been a reliable constant throughout middle and high school. Soccer gave me an edge. I've learned so much from soccer: patience, leadership, teamwork, confidence, courage, and strength. Anyone who knew KDJ knew she was fierce, both on and off the field. She continues, sophomore year was the first year I took marketing. Since then, I've been engrossed in dreams of business. I want to do everything from hotels to starting a small business to being the CEO for a successful company. I don't know if any of these teachers are still in the district, but in the chance that they are, I'd like to just mention that she referenced them in particular. In marketing, Mrs. Seymour, Mrs. Wisely, and Lori Casey. Any of them still here? No, bummer. Have all encouraged and helped me in deciding what my future will be. She concludes with, I know I will reach my goals because of the powerful people that have shaped me into the person that I am today. I will never fail at anything that I do. I know that if I try my hardest and something doesn't work out right, then it's not a failure. It's just not meant to be. These words of her senior self are a testament to how growing up on Mercer Island encourages us to dream big and be change makers to better the world. Amelia.
I'm Amelia. As Wendy said, I was class of 98, so a year before KDJ, and we were peripherally friends throughout growing up and had a lot of the same friends. But when we really became close was when we ran into each other on the street in LA, where we both lived in Hermosa Beach, and I had just had a baby and she was pregnant, and we just reconnected. And within 5 minutes, she said, hey, I have this organization, IACT, and everybody I meet, I get involved. So from now on, you're going to be involved. And it was exactly what I had remembered about her, of just kind of exuding this endless energy that seemed, that was so positive. It wasn't like a burden. It was like she was giving me this gift to participate. And I quickly started to going to events that IACT put on, and they would host refugees from the refugee camps in Chad, where I think that this is the world's biggest forgotten crisis. There were 300,000 people or more killed in 2003 through 2005. And over 2.5 million people displaced, many of whom went to refugee camps in Chad. And for a while, there was a lot of international aid that was flowing in, but soon after, other refugee crises kind of took over and took the attention away from Darfur. And so these 2.5 million people were left living in the desert in tents and camps with no jobs, no resources, no hope, no school. Minimal like food, water, basic needs. And what Katie J did on the street for me that day was share some of this information and give me the opportunity to participate and to join her in remembering that this community exists, and remembering that just by being a part of a global humanity, that we're all here to support each other, and that they're as deserving of our support as anybody in our local community. And so it was very compelling, and I feel like that is the energy that she brought to her organization. And so she and her husband really through advocacy and meeting with legislators and setting up camps and on the grasses on university campuses and on Capitol Hill, and showing people exactly what it would be like to live with nothing. They created this movement with a lot of people involved that eventually became IACT and really led to a huge impact across the globe. And now they work in more than 6 countries. So I think we also have a few words from the families.
Yeah, her mom lives in London, and her daughter, who was in the car with them but survived and thankfully has no memories of the accident, she really wanted to be here. And I want to try and relay how much it means to her that she hasn't been forgotten, because it's just unthinkable to think of her losing both of her parents. Her mother, Kathleen, wanted me to share these words on her behalf. Mercer Island embraced Katie J's boisterous personality with open arms. In the Mercer Island schools, belief in excellence created the nurturing and encouraging atmosphere she needed. She was determined from an early age to do something for the world that addressed the atrocities she found unacceptable, and to do it with joy. She was always in motion, always laughing, always caring about everyone around her. A peacemaker in her friend groups, a challenger of wrongs, a strategist in soccer, and a force to be reckoned with in the lives she touched. The stability MI offered us allowed her to become her best self, but I always knew an island couldn't contain her. She would go far afield, leaving a trail of love in her wake.
This is just a short word from the now executive director of IAC who took over when Gabriel and KDJ were killed. KDJ's legacy is deeply woven into the very fabric of IAC. It lives in our trauma-informed approach, in our unwavering commitment to listening first, and in our belief that true change begins with trust and honoring each person's full humanity. She radiated radical hope and boundless joy, and every single day moved through the world with a fierce dedication to building radical peace. Her spirit continues to guide us, reminding us of the power of compassion, connection, and hope in action.
So KDJ had her daughter Layla Paz, but she also was stepmom to Gabriel's two older children. And I know she played a really significant role in instilling in them the importance of education, and really took her role as their stepmom very wholeheartedly. So her stepson Gabo, who's in in college right now, he's about to graduate this year from the University of Hawaii, wrote this poem. KDJ Scott Storing. KDJ. It only takes 4 syllables to describe her. Superwoman. KDJ. A mother that loved and cared for her children and family every minute of every hour, no matter how early our soccer games were or how late the wine nights went. KDJ. A human rights activist with vigor, determination, and a will to literally hurdle over any obstacle that was placed in front of her, with a life goal to impact as many family lives as possible in a beautiful, everlasting manner. KDJ. A friend that brought laughter, joy, and bruises to everyone's shins that played soccer against her. KDJ. A superwoman that was taken too soon from this big green earth, but not soon enough to not make her name heard around the world.
And we just wanted to express our appreciation to the Pathfinder Award Committee for their thoughtful consideration and recognition of KDJ. KDJ was a Mercer Islander who took the opportunity that this place afforded her and amplified it, providing opportunity for thousands of others to fulfill their own potential. May KDJ's example show that while our stories may begin on a small suburban island, with hard work and passion, they can unfold into meaningful impact on a global community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ian, do you want to get a picture with the board? Yeah. Great. So we'll have you just come around. We'll just have the board come there. We'll have you come around with the board.
On the outside.
One of you here and one of you on the other side. No. Symmetry. Three, two, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you guys so much. It really did. It means a lot to our family, so we're very grateful.
Are you here for the breakfast?
Yeah, we gotta figure out how to get solid. That's gonna be great.
I'll do it. Yeah.
Hold
No, it's a different one.
Okay, shifting gears. This is going to sound a little bit familiar, but we have a new character here for this. A year ago, we had one of our students come forward from Ms. Swope's classroom, and she was the first recipient of the Tiny Memoir Award, and that has continued. So it's in its 3rd year, kind of our 3rd year participating, and I am pleased to announce that We have, in addition to Abigail Neeson from last year, we have a new award winner. This is Lola Malia Lefeneur.
Maybe enough of it.
Perfect. That's exactly how I was going to say. I was certainly touched by this in a personal way because my wife is half Mexican and has a very white complexion. Her maiden name is Jaime, Jaime, and she is oftentimes, I think, found herself in a very similar place that you did in your memoir. And so I was certainly touched by it as well. I'll let you tell more about the memoir, but I just have to say thank you to Ms. Swope again for opening up this opportunity for students to broadcast their voices, to be able to put it on a national stage where literally tens of thousands of people from around the world all compete and submit entries. And so to have yours selected as while maybe a runner-up, certainly a winner in our hearts is certainly impressive. It includes voice, it includes the ability to articulate in 100 words or less, which is extremely hard, and tell a passionate story about yourself. So I'm going to really turn it over to you in just a second, but I'll let Ms. Swope start and then give you a chance to talk.
Yeah, it's so fun to be able to be here to celebrate an accomplished student writer, and it's great when the New York Times gets to see what I get to see in the classroom. And Lola told a really vulnerable story about her culture, and since then, people have started figuring out what a great storyteller she is. She was interviewed by the high school podcast or radio team, and then the TV team interviewed her as well. And as she expanded on that story and talked about her passion for writing and her family and her culture. And then a Mercer Island reporter reached out to say, could we talk to Lola as well? And then he said back to me, that was the most impressive interview I've ever done. I was like, whoa, we've got a 14-year-old incredible writer on our hands. And so Lola, are you willing to just read your piece for us?
Fabulous. Mi nombre. You don't look Latino, she says, head cocked to one side. Only 4 words, but my heart aches, a bruise rather than a vital organ. I worry that someday, the Spanish I spoke so confidently will be nothing but incoherent sounds, broken and jagged, like rocks tumbling from a cliff. If I don't have the language, it won't be enough. Convincing ignorance like hers won't be enough. I won't be enough. I know, I reply. My words betray me. However, there is one thing I can always pronounce, always claim. It means hope, creativity, family. Paloma Media Lefeneur. Magnifique.
Anything else you want to share about your why, what drove you to want to do this, or anything else?
I think really this tiny memoir is a really good opportunity to kind of explore little moments in your life that maybe mean a lot more than you think they do. So when I was thinking of ideas for this contest, I was thinking about what was really important for me, and something that's really important for me personally is my family and my culture, and that really connects to my name because my name has a lot of history and a lot of meaning to me. And I thought about this one situation, and I realized that it didn't have to be necessarily a bad situation because it reminded me of how important all that was. So yeah, that's really what inspired me.
Awesome. And do you have anyone in the audience that you brought along with you that you want to introduce us to? Any fans that? You brought along?
I mean, my mom.
Yeah, exactly. You want to introduce your mom?
This is my mom. Her name's Krista. She's really amazing. And she always encourages me to write and do creative things. So I'm really grateful for her.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We'll have you two, both of you, come back and do a picture too with the board. That'd be all right.
Ms. Swope. Three. Three, two, one, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to our high school people from the video team and from the radio who
Mr.
were able to
Ketchum.
come up. Yes. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're good? Good. All right. We're gonna bring in our radio and our TV students, as well as our faculty. So Merced High School students, we have our 2 award-winning programs, both in television and our mass media with television and radio. And they've been recognized as some of the best in the nation, earning multiple accolades, as we've had them here before. But we have more reasons to celebrate them from the 2025 Intercollegiate Broadcasting System Awards, IBS. These were held March 8th and 9th in Times Square. The honors highlight the exceptional talent and dedication of our students, and certainly our faculty advisors, both on the radio and the video broadcasting side. On the radio side, 88.9 The Bridge, it was awarded the coveted Golden Microphone for being America's top high school radio station for 2025, solidifying its reputation as a premier student-run radio station. You may also recall that 2024, it was awarded the John Drury Award in Chicago for the best radio station in 2024, making it the first high school radio station ever to win these top honors consecutively. Faculty advisors Joe Bryant, Natalie Woods, who are here tonight, were awarded Best Radio Faculty Advisors for their guidance and commitment to fostering student excellence. And our very own Michael Ketchum, also here from MIHS TV, was honored as the Best Video Faculty Advisor for his leadership in our school's media tech and filmmaking program. I'm going to turn it over to you all to talk a little bit more about the awards, and certainly for our students to be able to explain more about their contributions. But I was also sent today an article, a blog that was written just recently that was featuring our very own downtown Joe Bryant. This was an interview of Joe and kind of really talking about the turning high school radio into media careers. And I was really struck, Joe, by something that you said that I think you live each day. If you teach a radio class, give students the freedom to explore, make it a learning lab, give them a little rope, let them make mistakes to learn, and help them find their voice. People learn best by doing. I thought that was a powerful quote from you, Joe, so thank you very much. So with that, I'll start with our radio side and then have Mr. Ketchum take it from there.
Well, I'll be real quick because I want the students to speak primarily, but I will say I truly believe that. And giving these guys a place to express their voice, and hearing Lola, it's like the next thing we got to do is build a radio station at the middle school. No question about it. It's just, I feel so lucky to have such engaged students, and a lot of these guys won individual awards. We all share in the Best Radio Station Award. And Dr. Rundle himself won an award. I don't know if he knows this, but the best podcast was Chloe Yang, who she's at Stanford today, getting ready to attend there next year. But she won best podcast, and the episode was interviewing you about the underpouches.
Trust me, it was all her.
So we're getting a lot of people in there. And I'm just real grateful that, people keep asking me in interviews and stuff, how do you do it? And I don't do much. It's Natalie Woods, it's Lauren Schechter, but mostly it's these guys. So I'll let them talk a little about what they do on the station.
Hi, my name's Amukta. I'm a senior. I've been in the high school radio station in the program for all 4 years. And I'm really glad I have been because it's really great. And like Dr. Rundle said, it is really a learning lab. I have so much freedom and so many opportunities to kind of explore what I like to do. And through that, I figured out that I like to do news and that I like to do podcasts, and there's so much freedom. And I've learned a lot by just, having that freedom and having those opportunities. So I'm really grateful to Mr. Bryant and Ms. Woods for giving me that space because it's made me so much better at speaking, so much better at voicing my opinion. And I'm glad that I'm here where I am today.
Hi, I'm Nova. I've been in the radio program for 3 years. I'm a junior, and I've just done so much over the years. I feel I've advanced a lot. I do a lot of production, so putting together all of these packages, making sure everything sounds good on the radio. That's just what I do, and I've been able to learn from barely understanding how all these tools work to feeling like I've mastered them over the years.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I'm a senior and I've been in radio all 4 years. And I've kind of partnered with Amukta a lot of these 4 years with doing news and shows. This year I've branched out more into doing different interviews, and I just really appreciate the encouragement from Joe and Natalie to step out of our comfort zones and apply to different radio awards and try out Seafair and do all of these things that we previously thought that as high schoolers wouldn't be options for us, but you learn that just by applying to an award. Like, there's a very great chance that you will actually win, and it's given me a lot of confidence.
Hi, I'm Max Pelter. I'm a freshman, and I've actually been in the radio program for about 2.5, 3 years now, and that's all thanks to Natalie and Joe, because just a few years ago, I'm a super big hockey fan. I also play hockey. I just asked Joe and Natalie, hey, I barely see any hockey, like Seattle Kraken coverage, because the team is fairly new, and I just asked, can I have a show on it? And they gave me the tools, they let me do it, and I've never looked back. I'm now in the intro class. I've started sports broadcasting because they've allowed me and given me tools to do so.
I'm Mia Tamarkin. Something I love doing in radio is just interviews, and Joe and Natalie have just given me so much room to work with, and kind of like he said in his quote, Mr. Bryant just gives you so much rope. He gives you so much to work with. It doesn't feel like he throws us into situations because they tell us how to prepare, and over time you just get used to practicing it. And I've done so many amazing things in radio. Like, I never thought when I started my freshman year, when I joined the radio program, I didn't think that this year I'd be going to New York and just learning all about like radio, and it might be even something I want to do in my future. And it just, you don't realize how much you love it until you do it. And for a lot of people like me, it clicks. And just doing things like interviewing, it can be everything from sports to political figures to like teachers, anything. It's so fun, just all of it.
I guess I'll talk. As you can see, we are just so fortunate to have such an awesome group of students. And while teachers are supposed to be inspiring students, really our students inspire us every day to like be better teachers and build a program that challenges them and allows them to explore and do the things that they're interested in. And these awards are not only a culmination of several years of building students upon each other, teaching each other the skills as they're handing them off. Like this Best Radio Station Award is because of students that came before them and the great things that they've done on KMIH. And then just how these awards are also the stories that students are telling about themselves, about our community, about our schools. And it's so awesome to have this radio station and the tools that we have to broadcast all of their stories and their voices.
Ms. Schechter, anything?
Yeah, I'm Lauren Schechter. I just started on here this year, but I've just been able to see some incredible stuff happening, and all of these students, the work that they're producing, getting to just come in and see it all happening, and it's just really inspiring. So I'm excited to continue on and see all of it.
And we'll turn over to Mr. Ketchum, another national award winner, and give us some highlights on what's going on with our TV station.
Okay, well, IBS, other than its unfortunate acronym, it's been historically a radio awards, and they've recently added video. And even though this is my 3rd year teaching here, it feels like 7, which is a good thing. But it's been fun. It's been eye-opening. It's been experience. I think kind of the one thing I want to say though too is that media kind of we work all together. And there's a recent, and I paraphrase a Pope Francis quote though, that leadership is about service. And I think that's kind of key because it's like you can have all kinds of qualities. And again, I'm still paraphrasing. You can be a great communicator, great leader, but without the ability to serve your kids and to serve what they need and to lead them in the direction, you can't really be an effective leader. And I mean, I see that in Joe and Natalie and Lauren. It's like that, and hopefully, these awards show that I'm at least going down the right path. But we also compete in the tellies each year, which is kind of against colleges and production houses. Those results come out in May, so I'm hoping to have I hope to be back here in May or June. We'll see with the crew. But again, thanks for all you guys do to make it possible and for us to continue these cool programs and to serve our kids.
Please join me in congratulating.
I know.
You guys are all gonna have to scoot down a little bit too.
Was that way a little more?
Yeah.
A little further.
Can you step forward and Lauren stand behind you? Sorry.
That's all right. You want to come this way?
3, on me. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Parents, is there anyone who wants to speak up?
Take a picture.
Yes. Just a couple other recognitions and reminders for us all. Today's National Holocaust Remembrance Day here for our country. This week, if we kind of cast our attention to Lucy and Ava, we're going to have a chance to give us an update. But it's also National School Leadership Week for students, and so appreciate everything that you're doing. As we said, on April 22nd, we had School Bus Driver Appreciation Day. And we also had Earth Day on April 22nd. And I just want to mention some things about our very own capital projects coordinator, Kathy Zarowski. She was recently recognized by Puget Sound Energy at their 2025 Commercial Strategic Energy Management Program Awards luncheon with the highest percentage savings award. Of all PSE clients in the CSEM program, MISD had the highest percentage of energy savings in Washington last year. Kathy has been at the forefront for our district and helping us reduce our energy consumption. And in the last 3 years, we've received energy incentives and avoided energy costs totaling over $300,000. And so we'll have a chance to do further recognitions, but that just came in hot off the press. MIPA has their annual circus coming up on the 26th of April. Next Tuesday is the Breakfast of Champions on April 29th. And then we have Community Day. It's our second year over at Northwood on May 3rd. And finally, I know that you'll probably be talking about Crest, but we've got our plant sale coming. So, Erin.
And on April 30th, there's also the Healthy Youth Forum. I'm a member of that. They're having their Healthy Youth information night.
So those are our recognitions. We do have more for May, but I think I'll save those for May because we have Staff Appreciation Week coming up, School Lunch Hero Day. Some of those come up before the meeting, but I'll feature those more in May.
Right, now your board policy 1250, students on governing boards, student representative reports.
Okay, there's a lot that's happened since the last meeting, which was it was mid-March, so yeah, we have a lot to say. Okay, first, the Taproot Theater visited, starting at the elementary schools, the Taproot Theater visited West Mercer for an anti-bullying assembly called Rocks. And that was a fun time for students to kind of learn more about how to stop bullying. And next, also this Northwood second grade green team helps clean up and sort waste after lunch. And they're a huge help to the janitors and work as a team for that. Recently, Northwood had their annual marketplace where student entrepreneurs, both individuals and teams, created and sold their own products. And they made everything from handmade crafts to foods and drinks. And there was tons of creative and innovative ideas. We expect them to see them as the next CEOs for companies. West Mercer's fourth graders did a 2-part workshop with the Village Theater Kids stage called Skills for Theater, Skills for Life. And these workshops were focused on the connection between drama and life skills. And another workshop that happened was the Toy Maker visiting Island Park. And they led fourth graders in creating toys related to energy transformation. So that was some great hands-on learning. In addition, children's book author Ellie Peterson came to Lake Ridge to talk about her career writing and drawing for children's books. And she also did a graphic novel workshop. Kids thought that it was inspirational and eye-opening to see the behind the scenes of book production. And many of these visits and special events were made possible due to the Mercer Schools Foundation and PTAs. So we also, huge thank you to them.
Mercer Island resident Judy Kusukabe recently came to Lake Ridge as well to speak to fourth graders about the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II and her personal experiences with that. So it's great to see students learning about this from a young age. Lake Ridge also had their international night where there were presentations from various cultures around the world, music performances and dances. So it was a really great celebration of the things that make us special. Another recent fair that happened was the Elementary Science Fair at IMS. So there was tons of fun experiments shared by students, and there was also an exciting live egg drop experiment where students get to package an egg and see if they can drop it from a high level without it breaking. The PTAs from Northwood and West Mercer also collaborated to bring together hundreds of Northwood Owls and West Mercer Wolves and their families to attend a Mariners game. So it's great to see students getting together outside of school. Elementary participation at the Fine Arts Showcase was a highlight, as always. The third grade singing performance was super cute, and the Glow Gallery, which was inspired by artist, excuse me if I mispronounce this, Yaeli Kusukiyama, was very mesmerizing as well, so it's great to see all of that. The Northwood Principal Advisory Team also had their second meeting where they began prioritizing areas they could target to improve Northwood. So way to go, Principal Newcomer, for continuing to strive to include student voice and feedback in your school.
Yes, and in addition, Northwood staff learned about how to best support students with executive functioning challenges and did a 3-part learning series led by our district's wonderful instructional coaches, where they learned about different resources for task initiation and stress tolerance for kids. So some additional happenings include many elementary schoolers coming back from their Cedar Springs trip camp experience, and many students thought that it was very fun and we got to make a lot of new friends. And it's very exciting to see that this trip has revived, especially after COVID. So yeah, and then in addition, our elementary SSA members have been raving about their new school lunch options. So thank you, Ms. Matthews, and have really been enjoying the help from new MIYSF counselor, Mrs. Sanko, and the new general education parapro, Mrs. Nice at West Mercer.
Yeah, so moving on to the middle school, IMS's Gator for a Night event happened on March 19th. This event gave parents a sense of the middle school experience and was a great time for fifth graders to visit the middle school and get some of their questions answered about what it's going to be like to be in middle school. So there was a great welcoming event from the IMS Orchestra as well. Middle school has also been putting on lots of resources for incoming families and will be hosting an incoming 6th grade info night for parents on May 7th. It's great to see them preparing students. The 7th and 8th grade choirs also performed at the East Shore Choir Festival at Twin Falls Middle School. So students sang for awards and got to hear from other choirs in the region. On the way back, they even got to enjoy some delicious burgers at Five Guys, which was definitely very fun. Also related to the arts, the middle schoolers felt like there was a lot of work put into the Fine Art Showcase, and it definitely appreciated learning about the arts and getting to see people perform. Some notable performances from the middle school music groups included the 6th grade band playing Junkyard Jam and the 6th grade orchestra performing Legends for Glory. It's great. It's also approaching the time of year when 6th grade band members can choose to switch into more niche instruments like saxophones or bassoons for their upcoming years in band, which is definitely very exciting.
Yes. And then next, students in Julie Biggs art classes collaborated in teams to create a puzzle for a mural titled We Belong. And each piece represents what belonging means to students. And students collaborated with the talented artist in residence, Perry Roden, who added her signature line designs to the students' art designs to connect and unite each puzzle piece. And then this piece can be viewed in the IMS Commons right now, I think, and will later find a permanent place outside of the new building. In addition, IMS had a Holocaust Museum assembly, which many students thought was very informative and insightful, and students heard stories from Holocaust survivors. And also hosted by the Holocaust Center for Humanity was an artifact activity where all 11 6th grade classes were presented with a replica of an artifact, and they used context clues to determine what the artifact was and how it connected to the Holocaust survivors that settled in Washington. And this education was especially important as April is Genocide Awareness Month. Our SSA middle schoolers have also reported that they have really recently had a great appreciation for IMS's elective class variety, and students feel like they have a lot of freedom and choice and are happy with their electives.
And moving on to the high school. The high school drill team swept states, winning first place in kick, drill, and palm, which are the 3 categories that they perform in. So this was actually the first time the program had ever even won a state championship, so it's especially impressive to see them win all 3 state championships, so absolutely incredible there. The high school freshman robotics team also recently qualified for the World Championships in Dallas, Texas this May. So they qualified at the state championships early March, where they got third in the qualifications round and were able to advance to semifinals. And the entire high school robotics team also recently took 2nd place in the Pacific Northwest District competition at Bonnie Lake. And the team also earned a Team Sustainability Award. The high school Black Student Union recently visited the West Mercer Black Student Union, which was formed back in February, Black History Month, and they had a mentorship meeting there. So this was an opportunity for high school students to share their experiences and provide support for these younger students. And so the high school BSU hopes to go back and create a bigger mentorship program with the elementary schoolers, which is great. HOSA also recently sent 16 of their members to Spokane for their spring conference. So many HOSA members earned excellence across all their categories, with Kate DeScolinski earning 4th in biotechnology. And additionally, Ina Shapiro was able to earn the chance to go to the International Leadership Conference for organizing the blood drive that we had back in March.
Yes, in addition, we mentioned him before, but senior Kyle Grissel won the Lou Flannery Outstanding Journalist Award. So he keeps winning awards. And this award is meant to recognize seniors who have made significant contributions to their school's programs and comes with a $2,000 scholarship. In addition, the Mercer High School mock trial team recently competed in Kinko's, and 6 students were recognized in the Best Attorney category, and 6 were recognized in the Best Witness category. So we have an outstanding mock trial team at the high school. In addition, Pegasus, the high school's creative art magazine, recently won a first-class distinction in the Recognizing Excellence in Art and Literary Magazines contest. And also, in addition, this Lunar New Year, some members of our trainees community helped host a teachers and staff appreciation lunch. And it's always wonderful seeing our community support our staff. In addition, YFS counselor Chris Harnish and school resource officer Olivia Fan conducted 3 lessons at the middle school and high school, dispelling myths about vape and nicotine use. And the Healthy Youth Initiative has also been working to increase awareness around the harms of Zyn and Velo. The ASB has also hosted their yearly sexual assault awareness assembly for seniors, and they brought in a speaker, Tammy Brooks, to speak about her experiences. And there's also members of the King County Sexual Assault Resource Center there to lead a Q&A and provide additional resources.
Ian Dondish, one of the high schoolers, also recently competed in the World Fencing Championships in China over spring break. He was one of only 4 juniors selected to represent Mexico at the World Championships. Additionally, freshman Emerson Woods recently won 5th place in U15 women's wrestling and achieved All-American status, so great to see growth in female wrestling. Career and college counselor Christine Kenyon helped host a case study and college fair at Bellevue High School yesterday night. So this is a great opportunity to see how admissions officers look over an application and talk to representatives from over 60 colleges. The High School Career Adventures band also recently took a trip to the Fairmont Hotel. So they took a tour, met staff in sales, culinary operations, concierge, and more to learn about the industry. The high school drama also opened their new play, 12 Angry Jurors, tonight. So this play will show through May 3rd and follows the deliberations of 12 jurors as they decide the fate of a teenage boy accused of murder. So y'all go see that. The high school orchestra also recently performed at Carnegie Hall last Saturday as a part of the National Band Orchestra Festival. So in order to be selected, the orchestra submitted recordings of their pieces. And so this is a really coveted ability to go perform at this giant hall.
Yes. In addition, the high school horticulture is hosting their annual plant sale on May 3rd and May 17th. And there you can buy from a wide selection of vegetables, herbs, and flowers, all grown by the horticulture program. In addition, the high school green team is just hosted an e-waste drive yesterday where they collected old cell phones, cords, tablets, laptops, and then disposed of them sustainably. In addition, the Mercon High School Coding Club recently competed at the Washington State Technical Student Association competition, where they participated in 4 events and made it to the semifinal round in 3 of the events, which were coding, video, game production, and webmaster and web design. This was also the first year that they had a biotechnical design team compete. So the program's definitely growing. In addition, track and field recently brought 26 athletes to the Oregon Relays. Islanders won gold in the steeplechase, 2-mile run, and boys distance medley relay. And the girls distance medley relay also won 2nd place, breaking the Washington State record by 15 seconds. Yes. On top of the wins, many athletes set PRs and season bests across the board at Hayward Field. Yes. And in addition, the Fine Art Showcase was hosted by the high school, as we saw, and on top of the amazing performances from the band, choir, and orchestra, tons of student artwork decorated the halls and made it a little less beige. So that was fun to see.
Additionally, Steve Summers, the chairman of the London Mayors Association, formally invited the high school band to the London Parade on New Year's Day. So the band is one of only a dozen high school bands from the U.S. selected to participate in the parade, so that'll definitely be really cool to see next year. And then as we saw, KMIH 99 The Bridge and MIHS TV won tons of awards at the Intercollegiate Broadcasting System Awards, so this was definitely a huge achievement and great to see. And then spring sports are also in full swing. We have tons of stuff, baseball, lacrosse, soccer, track and field, and more going on right now, so we should go down to the games. Student Senate also recently hosted a segment on the Current, the high school news broadcast, around e-bike safety last week. So this has been part of a broader effort to educate about the dangers of e-bikes, so it's great to see that happening. And then additionally, the high school hosted a Where Are They Now and How Are They Prepared webinar. So 7 MIHS graduates took part in the webinar from various post-MIHS experiences, including gap years and all sorts of different types of colleges. So this was a great to see and a great way to educate kids about what their possibilities are after high school.
In addition, you skip about going to Olympia. You didn't mention that portion of it.
It happened so long ago.
Wait, was that then?
Yeah.
Since the last meeting.
So I will let you go ahead.
Yes, we went to Olympia, wait, do you want to start?
Oh, we went to Olympia, and we visited with 3 of our legislators from here, to talk about education funding. It was great.
Taking, who did you take with you?
Oh, we took,
Just others.
2 other students,
Three.
Yeah. James Young, who's the Puget Sound Student Board rep, and then Julius Perez and John Anderson and, oh, yeah.
Yes.
At 4.
So 4, yeah.
And your
It was a
list.
squad.
Yeah, that was, it feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, so building the relations with the legislators though for the future.
Okay, that was extremely comprehensive. Thank you guys so much. I think it's really always the highlight of the board meeting to see what our students are doing, and they're doing a lot, that's for sure, and as are you guys, for sure. I feel like we don't have too many public comments.
The one announcement I would make is if you didn't have a chance to pre-register and you are here for public comment tonight, to just visit Michelle, and she will make sure you're signed up. But we have 4 that I am aware of right now.
Okay, then I propose that we go ahead and do public comment, and then we'll take a short break as a board. So we have, now we're going into the public comment part of our meeting. The school board meetings are business meetings of the Mercer Island School District Board of Directors held in public. The board recognizes the value of public being able to observe these meetings and to provide comment within the following guidelines. Public comment is an opportunity for community members to provide input to and feedback on the work of the board and the district. It is not a time for dialogue between the board and the public. Board directors do not respond directly to questions or comments posed during public comment. However, the board's silence should not be taken as agreement or disagreement with the speaker's remarks. The board may later direct the superintendent to respond to issues raised during public comment. Members of the public offering comment must adhere to the same level of civility that the board expects of itself as specified in board policies. This includes not using threatening or profane language in comments and not directing individual attacks against staff, students, administrators, or board members. Please note that comments that have the potential to violate the rights of others under various laws, including laws protecting privacy and laws prohibiting defamation. Comments that name or identify a district student are not permitted without permission of that student's parent or guardian. Speakers who violate any of these rules will be cuffed and their speaking time ended. Speakers would be allowed 3 minutes to comment and additional time if they are using an interpreter. If you are present in person at tonight's meeting, wish to make a comment, have not yet completed a public input form, please complete the form and give it to Michelle Mueller. Blank forms are available at the entrance to the boardroom. And the online time to register for public comment has passed. So. All right, so public comment. First we have Allison Kawano.
Try to read as fast as I can. So, hi, my name is Allison Kawano, and I'm the mother of a first grader at Lake Ridge and another who has yet to enter the district. I myself am also an alumni of the middle and high schools here. I am here today to speak about our elementary school nurses and what an invaluable asset they are. Fred, I know we've talked about this, and I know that you're doing your best. I want you to know how much I appreciate your support. When my son started kindergarten, we didn't know it at the time, but he had a yet to be diagnosed seizure disorder. We found out when at an after-school enrichment program, he had an unwitnessed grand mal seizure on the stage at Lake Ridge Elementary. When I arrived to pick him up from the enrichment, the organizers told me they thought he was sleeping on the stage. Spoiler alert, he was unconscious. As I carried him out to the car, he started seizing again, and when the seizure wouldn't stop, I found myself pounding on the doors of the South End Fire Station for help. As my child's lips turned blue and I held his lifeless body in my arms, I don't dare think how this situation would be different if I had arrived to pick up my child even 5 minutes later. Rest assured, Lake Ridge took swift action, and this particular enrichment is no longer operating within our district. And every step since then, the Lake Ridge school nurses have been true partners in keeping my child safe. Later, when my son, due to his long hair, was misgendered in the school bathroom and became afraid to use the restrooms at school again, Julie and Rachel provided him a safe place for his physical and emotional safety. The current coverage proposed as it stands would remove full-time nurses from the elementary schools. Elementary school age kids are often too young to self-carry or self-administer their life-saving medication at the time of a crisis. And like stated at a previous board meeting, these children often only have minutes where assessments need to be made. Because of this, I also reached out to Eastside Fire and Rescue to find out their capabilities, as without on-site nurses, these interventions would presumably fall to them. For the big ones, in the case of an allergic reaction, responding crews would be able to administer epinephrine. But I don't know if any of you were around in 2008. This is permissible now due to a change in law only after a child died on Mercer Island following an allergic reaction. In the case of a diabetic crisis, paramedics can administer dextrose for hypoglycemia, but are not permitted to administer insulin in the case of hyperglycemia. So if an elementary school student becomes overeager and eats too much candy, paramedics would not be able to treat them. And lastly, in the case of a seizure, there are 2 levels of certification for EMS, ALS and BLS. Crews responding to seizure calls will not have someone licensed to administer anti-seizure medication, even if it is on site. They will assess and stabilize if possible, but will need to call a secondary licensed crew to respond and administer midazolam for Keppra. Eastside Fire also told me that they only keep 2 staffed rigs on the island at any given time, so in the event of a single structure fire, a rig would need to come from off island, significantly increasing their response times. With everything going on with the bond tallies right now, I know this is a really crappy time to be coming to you all to stress the importance of keeping services, but maybe if more people hear this and realize why funding for our schools is so critical. This is why we need levies and why we need bonds and why we need community support, because these are not hypothetical kids with what if concerns. I'm not a hypothetical mom of a child with seizures. I'm a proud MI grad and returned here to raise my kids. I just need to know that when I send them to school, they will be safe. Thank you.
All right, next we have Shelley Sage.
Second trip up here, and this is not my comfort zone. I much prefer to work in the background and things like that. I am a longtime nurse here on Mercer Island, a homeowner since 1997. All 4 of my students, my children graduated from here. They're all doing wonderfully well, thank you all very much. My oldest has moved back and is now a homeowner here and has a 3-year-old and another baby girl on the way in a matter of weeks. Very proud grandma, number 6, still the 7th on the way. I also was a nurse for 20 years at Seattle Children's, and I want to impress upon you that everything I cared for in that place in Seattle is here in our buildings. Every single clinic is represented by students with major medical issues. It's all a big iceberg with 90% of it underwater. Because of confidentiality, we cannot talk about it. Okay, so that I prefer actually to be sort of invisible, because that's a good day for me, when no one notices me and I am completely invisible and it's all smooth and running. And those nurses at the elementary school make that happen every single day. They get those kids back in class where all this magical stuff happens that we've been listening to with all these students. And they keep them healthy and well and send them home every day back to their families where they need to be. Because they're the most important thing here in everyone's world here, my world and our parents' world, they're precious kids. And I live in fear, my position isn't threatened, but I live in fear of not being in the right place at the right time. I have been moved, we've had some medical issues happen with some of our nursing staff, a few people have been out, and I've been repeatedly moved where it was needed, and it was needed. Went there to help care for these small children who can't advocate for themselves, to make sure their medical needs are met and that those kids are safe. I even had to go and help and do some training to an agency nurse who had very little experience at all caring for a pretty medically fragile kid at Northwood. And went there, and our IMS nurse also went over there because split the difference to help support that fairly new nurse there that was there. So we really take what we do very seriously, and we don't want anything bad happened. Please help us keep these nurses here so that we can just fade into the background and keep everything working smoothly as they should be. Okay, and I can listen and see all of these wonderful people being in the spotlight because I really don't want to be there. I'm worried about liability risk. I'm a homeowner, I don't want that to happen, and I don't ever want to live with that. As personally, as a nurse, I worked at Children's, and that was rough. I had to leave just because of my own mental health issues, it's rough when a kid doesn't go home with their family, because I've seen that. Okay, so please keep these nurses. They are incredible professionals. They do a great job. They assess these kids. They care for them like they only are community members here. And just imploring you to continue hiring them, because I think you have something very special here in this district with that, those staff. I really appreciate that.
So we have Madison Gaspers.
Hi, I am a student. I'm a senior at Mercer Island High School. And I recently just became a counseling office TA. And I was talking to my school nurse, Nurse Shelley, and I didn't really realize how much nurses do. And I mean, I grew up like constantly in a nurse's office. I always had migraines when I was a little kid in elementary school, and I would see people going in and out. And I didn't really understand how much of a responsibility it is until I actually talked to her today. And I essentially, I realize how much not only she cares, but nurses in general in the school district care. And I guess I kind of just wanted to come here as a student, as someone who's not just saying this on my own behalf. I mean, I'm going to college next year. I am saying this for the other people at my school, for my friends' little siblings, for my cousins, and for all the community. I think that it's so important that we keep nurses, and as much as it's of course a budgeting thing, that's something that just is so important. And people bring their families here because they want their kids to be safe. I mean, my dad grew up here, he left, he came back here and raised me here. And there's such a big reason for why people always come back. It's because they always, they feel safe here. And I think that it's so important for parents to continue feeling that their kids are safe here. So, yeah, I'm not going to use the full time, but that's kind of what I want to say. Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Heather Thomas. Do we have Heather Thomas? Okay. Great, thank you to our public speakers. I'm going to propose that we take a short break to fuel up and refresh. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, what do we think? Thoughts? 10 maybe? So let's go, we'll come back at 7:18. And we are, going back to,
We're assuming.
Yeah, 3B and 3C.
Yeah, we're assuming.
We're gonna go back to,
Kind of sad.
okay, we're back in the session.
All right.
Yeah, okay, good. And we're gonna go back to, 3D, which is, board policy 1800 OE7, financial administration, fund balance projections.
And if it's okay, can we just do B and C
Yeah,
kind of
let's do it
together?
when we have these guys.
These two are preludes to what you'll get at the end of May, which is when we start heading into the full budget. But both directors, Sullivan and Adams, their practice, and I think it's worked well for us, is rather than waiting until the very end and getting everything, they give a bits and pieces all the way leading up to it. So I'll turn it over to the two of you.
Great, thank you, Superintendent Rundle. As you mentioned, throughout this budget calendar, throughout this budget process, we tried diligently to provide to you as much of the budget summary as possible prior to the study session, prior to the close of the session. Of course, this year's study session will be May 29th, we hope. The legislature is scheduled to close on the 27th. I think it's a Sunday, if I'm correct. But there is words of extension. We hope that doesn't happen. But as we planned in the budget calendar, there is time in August just in case they start to extend further. If they do, like I said, it will go into August, but we hope that we can provide as much information as possible prior to that. Provided to you is a summary of the 25-26 budgets, or funds, if you will: general, capital, debt service, ASB, and transportation. If you noticed, just like last year, 25-26 in this case isn't completed. As mentioned, the legislative session is not over. We don't have the information regarding our revenues and estimates from the legislature, specifically OSPI. We should receive that. We typically receive that about 2 to 3 weeks after the end of the session. So that's why it's not completed. It will be completed and discussed. This will be page 23, if I'm correct, in the budget document, hopefully at that May 29th budget study session.
So these are rough estimates for our year-end balances on all our funds. The ones that could change, of course, is capital, because we're still waiting to hear about the bond. Hopefully, but we'll wait and see on that one. So we'll start out with the general fund. I'm happy to project that we will see about 820,000 more in our reserves, which will bring us up to about 4.5. As I stated in the past, we were trying to make reductions with less impact on the students. You heard all the wonderful things that are going on in our buildings and the accomplishments of our students. We're trying to keep the reductions away from the classroom as much as possible. I mean, we can make greater strides in this, but I think it would really damage what we want for the students in this district. The next one is our capital. As you know, we have used some of the reserves to keep staffing. We're going to be at about 3 million, which is great. We'll get our taxes in April, and then from there we'll get taxes again in October. And we do have scheduled projects for that money coming up. Debt service is our bonds payments. That's set, we pay it, and we'll end the year with about 5,849,000 in that fund. ASB fluctuates a lot. It depends on what the students decide to do and go places. And so we're estimating about 238,000 in that fund. Last but not least is our transportation fund. We are estimating about a 1.7. The only thing on this, there is an adjustment. We just found out about the 2 purchases of the small buses, so this is going to change. When I did this, I didn't know about the 2 small buses, so that number will drop by about 235,000, just to let you know up front.
And that fund is funded by a depreciation for our little buses and small buses over the course of 8 years for our small buses and 13 years for our larger buses.
And you can only right now spend it on yellow school buses.
And major maintenance if you scream loud enough.
Yeah. So I'm happy to say our general fund will be about 4.5. We were at 3.7 last year, so we're going to be up to about 4.5 in our reserves.
Percent.
Why don't you do fees, and then we will take questions on both of them.
Okay.
All right, also as part of the process, Director Adams and Assistant Director Garcia-Favre have spent countless hours in our building, starting probably end of January, early February, specifically discussing their material supplies, operating costs, budgets, MSOC as we know it is an acronym, but also enrollment, and then finally student fees. This year in particular, if you notice the sheet provided to you,
we are tracking year over year over year over year. We have a 4-year run going on currently. And what you'll notice is in red are the changes year to year to year. So if you look at 25, 26 from 24, 25, and you see red, it is a good thing in the sense of those are the changes that as we discuss student fees with our schools, with our departments, with our athletic department, those are the changes they request to meet the needs of the students. Is there any major in there you want to touch upon?
Really, we are looking at any way that we can keep as many programs as we can. Sports are very expensive in this district. Our teams qualify for so many things. It's outstanding that you have great athletes like you do, but it is very expensive. So that's why that sports fee keeps continuing up. Plus officials have gone up greatly and the transportation costs have gone up greatly.
Specifically the fuel costs, and our teams do so well, they end up in playoffs, state, traveling everywhere, and that's where the costs come into play drastically for our sports team. So congratulations to them, but it does increase the cost of the programs.
And this was a collaborative effort by everybody. I tried to involve anybody in that building that would affect. We discussed it with the principals. We discussed it with the counselors. At the high school, the counselor was involved, making sure that they had input too. So we do ask for input before we raise fees. And we're not trying to overestimate our revenues or try to bring in massive amount. We just want to be able to cover the cost of some of the programs that we run that are wonderful for students.
And this will be page 16 of that budget document. You of course see the whole thing come May 29th. Dr. Rundle, I don't know if you want to talk about it, but it's kind of the 3 legs of the stool as we bridge this budget gap. One is.
Sorry, can I just ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go
ahead.
Can you just talk a little bit about the student fee structure for students who may find themselves in scholarship need, or like our students?
We have House Bill 1660. If a student qualifies for free and reduced lunch, and as long as they give us consent to share that information, all fees will be waived for any extracurricular activities. Even transportation, even travel, if they qualify and travel, they will not be charged a fee. And the students can also, that even don't qualify, can apply for scholarship or help. And I know a lot of the PTAs and the foundation help those students cover the cost.
And we also have budget capacity in there as well from some accounts that we keep just to make sure that in the event that we don't have others, we can still pay for that as a district.
I apologize for interrupting that.
No, that's not.
One question on the fee schedule. I mean, I understand that activities, the cost to provide in some cases, is fairly expensive. The one that I wasn't quite so sure about was the ASB card. It seems extraordinarily expensive to provide, like $100 to $300. Is that just a card? I mean, why is ASB so expensive?
It pays for all the activities, mostly at the secondary school that they run, their clubs, their sports. It helps with all the cost involved in everything extracurricular. We are only bringing it up to, I believe, $100 next year. It gives us a range so we don't have to keep coming back to you guys. It is set by the high school. I do not set that fee, the high school sets the fee. So we put a range in so that we don't have to change it each year. So next year, if they'd like to raise it $25, they can raise it $25. So next year, the ASB card will be $100.
They get into all athletic competitions
Yes.
as well.
Referees.
They get discounts on dances. It helps just pay for all the cost involved with ASB. It helps pay for the transportation that we have for our DECA club, let's say, going somewhere. They separate it out throughout all sports and all activities, that fee.
But everyone needs the card to use.
It's optional. It has to be optional. And that is only required if you're going to participate in an extracurricular activity.
Sorry, Christina. I have that question too. Thank you. The other question. It might be better to classify it as ASB participation fee rather than a card. I think the question is, you're not buying a card, you're buying participation in all activities.
I know that's kind of like what we've always done historically. It's been called a card, but we can add that. We can do ASB card participation.
ASB
participation.
Or like card/participation,
Okay. Yeah. We can do that. That's fine.
Okay, Christina.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just a comment. I noticed also that marine biology is also included now as a fee. I imagine that there's some equipment maybe.
Yeah, there was that one that middle school, is that the middle school, I believe?
Yes.
Yes, it's a new class and there is extra cost involved with the materials they need. And to help cover that cost, because it is gonna be expensive to run that class, we can charge a small fee. And that was a decision at IMS to charge a fee there.
I am just mentioning this. I think that anything that is kind of STEM related or things that will, I understand where we are financially, and at the same time, seeing those be like in aerospace and marine biology, it hits me on how it will maybe prevent some people before entering to ask for a scholarship or something like that. So it's just a comment that I noticed.
And usually we try to do the registration without the fee as an advertisement
Yes.
thing, and then it's added, and then we then can go back in and make sure that we waive fees or offer the scholarships or whatnot. Just for you, exactly what you said, which is we don't want to deter people based on the cost.
Yeah, and I will absolutely love to give at one point in our financial history, if any of all the science or eventually also arts, the fees will go down or disappear.
Yeah.
I do feel that if there's a public institution, we should be able to provide as much as possible of those core subjects free of charge. So, well, it's just.
Yes, I thank you so much for like partnering with the counselors as well, because I think it's like important that like, yeah, like with the same point, like making sure that the students that like need support will reach out and like get the support that they need for like the resources.
Yeah.
So moving forward, at the May 8th meeting, you'll have a review of the certified classified FT and positions throughout the district for next year. And then we're looking at May 22nd for total revenue expense projections. We hope legislature ends on time and we get the information from OSPI. Trying, just be positive.
Trying to be positive, come on.
Good act.
Two questions on the fund balance. One, on the monthly, I seem to recall that we're actually tracking pretty close to last year. So how, just in terms of our monthly general fund balance, so how is it that we're projecting I would expect that to be tracking higher if we're.
We are tracking. Last year in February, March, and April, our general fund was in the negative with the treasury. This year we have over $1 million. So, I mean, it was nice. We didn't have to do an apportionment advance, which we were afraid we were gonna have to do. And that was from reductions we made last year, plus a great effort on special ed to keep some of their costs down, and we don't have as many out-of-district placements. So we are tracking well above our fund balance from last year to this year. Yeah, we
Okay,
never
so
hit the negative in the treasury, which was awesome. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, there,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's actually like, well, in February, like that's where it's the same, right? Current
No.
and-
If you go back, they're kind of, I think what he's saying is here, if we're so close here, we're starting to see the separation there. Is that the separation that's gonna get us
It's gonna
to?
keep going because come July, we get 12% of our apportionment. So in that July, you'll see that jump up again. And the levy coming in April should be larger than what we received maybe in October, because we run it at 40-60% here. It's pretty true. So, and some of the reductions we made, and we've really gone through the MSOC side, looked at things and reduced where we could for this year, and that really did help. But the biggest one was the special ed and the reductions in out-of-state placements.
So even though just a couple months ago, to like, you know, tie it up, we're at the same spot we were last year. We're expecting by the end of this year to be $800,000.
Correct.
In a better position.
Correct.
Okay. Second question, when it comes to transfers from cap tech to the general fund, so that looks like it's roughly a little under, but 5% of our budget. How does that compare with adjacent districts such as Bellevue and Lake Washington?
They run even higher. They'll, one of them does, I think 18 million, isn't it?
It's a percentage, not
Yeah.
absolutely.
You're looking at 30 to 50%.
50%, yeah. Some of them are taking 50% of their cap tech and putting it into general fund.
Different question, not how much we're taking,
No, that
but just of revenue that's paid to salary, how much comes out of cap tech and how does that compare to other districts?
We can look that up. They don't, what the problem is when you look at another district on an F-196, it's only transferred as a one sum. So you can't see how much they're paying out of salaries on their F-196. You can see how much they took out of capital and put into general. And I know Bellevue is using quite a lot of their capital right now to cover salaries.
And for us, is all of that for salaries?
Yes, it is for salaries right now, and that's one of the reasons we're doing reductions. As we said, this was a temporary fix for a few years to help us not have to cut so much staff 3 years ago, that we had some reserves in capital that we could use to keep some staff going. And that's what we've done for the last 3 years.
Technically, if you look at on their F-196 year end, look at their GL 532.
536.
536.
Yeah, and they're 965 in the general.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
3 years ago, we didn't have any, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Is there, within that question, Director Glowis, is there an underlying question or concern or whatnot of that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand, like sort of whether it's permissible under the accounting rules is one thing, but what the community expects. One, I think there's a question of, is it in line with neighboring districts? And then even if it is, explaining to the public that when they're voting for cap tech, many think hardware and they think boilers and infrastructure. They don't think salaries associated with the technology. So I think there needs to, be very clear as to why we're doing it, that it's not only permitted, but it's the normal, the normal course of action, even though it's different than the way we have historically done things. And then, let the community understand that, because there will be a renewal for cap tech, and we need to be in a position to explain how cap tech funds are being used, particularly when there's been a change.
And I think maybe part of that could be, the messaging that we've tried to convey, showing where the prototypical school model is versus what we feel like we need, which helps to kind of explain some of that. And then also, I think it's going to be important to explain that difference between why we weren't having to do that as much in the past, with respect to kind of that transition from the pre-McCleary to McCleary, and we had some double up years, so that gives us some great insights into what to think about in the future.
On the average, we've been spending, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, it's about 1.7 million to 2 million in your budget for salaries already before I came.
It's rough, so typically on an annual year of the collections from the cap tech levy, about 4.2 million come to the technology side in that collection, and we're probably about 2.2 million every year annually paying for instructional tech coaches, tech specialists, professional development for all of our staff, and then additional portions of staff contracts tied to technology. So it is tied back to our technology supports and implementation of the equipment that's purchased through the cap tech levy.
Just in response to this, it confuses me. I don't understand that argument at all about a lack of transparency. When we talk about capital improvements, labor has always been included. It doesn't make sense to buy a boiler if you don't have someone to install it and then to keep it working. The same thing with technology. We didn't used to have this because we didn't have the reliance on technology that we have today. It used to be like putting in phone lines, and there wasn't the need for the constant interfacing with students and staff to pick up a phone and have it work at the degree that we are. So I don't understand it. I don't know. I don't hear people grumble. Well, I hear a little grumbling in the community, but it's not an overall concern. And I personally want to pay technology-related salaries from the cap tech budget because we are able to get our funds from that. And it's also for technology. As long as we have these different levies and funds, let's use them to our advantage. I mean, that to me is smart. I don't understand it. You can't have the technology without the people who buy it, install it, run it, make sure it's working, updating it, and then teach everyone else how to use it. So I just don't understand it. My question is, when we made the decision, I alluded to this earlier, when we made the decision several years ago, when we were focusing on rebuilding our fund balance, we made a lot of assumptions that revenue was going to increase, that we weren't going to have 30% inflationary costs, that, well, I mean, no one predicted that. And that we would continue, that we would actually get funding from the state that was actually in line with the court order of, 50 whatever percent, which we're now at 42 and going to be even lower next year. So we made these decisions based on that. So my question is it time to modify our expectations? Are we able to meet the needs of our students with our current fund balance and our, with our current intention of rebuilding our fund balance at the rate that we decided several years ago, based on the fact that none of our assumptions are true any longer?
Without help from the state, we can't grow the fund balance faster without totally impacting the students and causing a hardship on the students.
What would you recommend that we do at this point to keep a responsible fund balance, obviously not deficit spending? What do you recommend that we look at?
I would say if we can increase it 0.5% a year to maybe 0.8%, that would be doable. Having a fund balance between 5 and 6% would get us maybe through the lean months, the really tight months where, our levy's gone and we're waiting for the next levy. 5 to 6% would get us there. We made it this year, which was great, but that had a lot to do with our special ed department not having a lot of out-of-state placements. There is something from the state that they're thinking of doing quarterly payments on safety net, which would help our cash flow, because safety net, you only get the money in August. So those very expensive students, we get no funding for them except their regular, special ed allocation until August, the end of August. Last year, our safety net was 2.7 million that we didn't get paid for till then. That's why you need the reserves. If they make that safety net change, it would help our cash flow. So 5% would be great, 5.5. So it's all dependent on the state too.
I mean, it would be great, but I guess we wanted 8 to 10%. I know you guys agree.
Yeah.
Correct.
So the question is, we've been pushing for this 5 to 6, really aggressively trying to grow our fund balance because this is the responsible thing to do. But we can't do it on the backs of students, we can't do it on the backs of staff, and we have to do it in a smart way. So are you recommending at this point, I don't want to put words in your mouth, recommending at this point that we modify our direction to the superintendent unless funding changes, which we can then have another conversation, but currently right now, are you recommending that we modify it to 0.5%?
Can I ask a slightly different one?
Well,
or can I say something that, can I say what I think you're getting at, but in a slightly different way?
Well, am I not being clear?
No, you're being clear.
Okay, so I'd like that answer and feel free to ask another one.
You're speaking to two individuals who would recommend keeping the pace and keeping the act of building fund balance as quickly as possible. We need to be at 8 to 10%. A way to answer your question is that financial dashboard. If you take a look at, and Director Ronzer, if you can pull it up for me, please.
In other words, I'm talking to very too conservative.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, just making sure that's no.
I mean, we have some very lean months. And it scares us, those lean months. We're getting through it. And we hear our colleagues in different districts that are doing apportionment advances and they're deficit spending, and it's scary out there. We are not. We're on a good pace right now. But if you take a look, thank you, Director Ronzer, if you take a look at those total actual expenditures per month, that dark highlighted area, 6.6 million in September or 6.4 in January. Then you go down to revenues and take a look at state apportionment. State apportionment is not tracking to those expenditures. And so that fund balance fills that gap. And especially in those very, very lean months, which in particular is March, April, the most lean months. And so we advocate for holding the line. I know, but we have to have a balance in some form. What are our priorities? What are our values? But we see 8 or 10% as the goal.
But the
I'm asking the
I
speed
know.
of it, so we get
The
there.
speed.
It's gonna be hard.
Well, I think
Yeah.
Director Adams, you said it. 0.5 to 0.8% growth is going to keep us on, it's gonna be slow, but it will be steady. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, with the economics right now, the inflation is at a pace right now. And maybe if it leveled out, then we could get more aggressive. But the cost of everything keeps increasing and increasing. So making the 0.8% this year took a lot. And I don't know what next year's gonna bring with inflation and the cost of items. We don't know if there's tariffs on it, we really don't. So we are trying really hard to be as conservative as we can. And I don't want an unrealistic goal that we are not gonna be able to reach for you. That's my fear. Because financially, I really take this stuff very seriously and I do track it monthly. So, yeah.
It's funny, her and I are opposite kind of pages on this. I'd be quicker, faster. I think we should be building it larger year over year and keep the pace and the estimates
That's why
we
we work
have.
well together.
It's usually her saying that and me on the other side going, oh, hey, let's take a look at a more easy way of going. But there you go.
Maggie Tech has her hand up.
Yeah, I guess my question is just, and I'm not necessarily expecting the two of you to answer this or really to get an answer, but my question is just, at the beginning of COVID, we made the decision to not, cut our staff by much and to sort of spend down some of our reserves as like sort of, rainy day spending, right? So my question is just whether the current funding situation in terms of what we get from the state and the inflation and everything else that's going on right now, whether this is actually like a slow motion, drizzly day that's going to go on for years, in which case we maybe need to think about it differently. So that's just kind of more like a philosophical question, just like, does it have to be a rainy day that like jumps up and is like giant pandemic, like super critical, like, or is this just like the changing nature of being a public school district in Washington State right now and something that we need to really adapt to long term, whatever that means. Anyway, I guess I'm not really, that's more a comment than a question, but it's just what's on my mind right now.
I guess my question is, what would be most helpful for the superintendent and for the budget team from the point of view of the board regarding OE7? Like, do you feel like it would be helpful to have a little bit of a loosening of the parameters where we're not pushing you to grow quite as fast, but we are still keeping our eyes on that 8 to 10% rise? Or would it be helpful to lower goals, which I don't think we're very interested in doing because we do like a rainy day fund?
Yeah.
Or did you guys want to fight it out and tell us?
I'm the very conservative one. I've been in it for 28 years, so I did this during the recession. So this is reminding me of the recession.
It's a different economic time and spending scenario than it was, 3 years ago or during COVID times or whatever, this goal was set. And I just want to make sure that we are being thoughtful and adaptive to current circumstances, and making sure that we're best serving our students, which are, of course, our priority, with allowing them to have the services and education that they deserve, while at the same time not, sending you to bed in tears every night.
Every night.
So I would be interested to hear from Fred or from you too, like what would be the most useful?
I would like maybe a range. Could you do ranges? Maybe grading by 8%, 0.8 to 0.2%. Give us a little flexibility in that. Just like we did on the fee schedule where we give a range that we have a goal of this, but if you can reach this, we'd be happy with that. That gives us a little flexibility and a little room.
Yeah, I think year over year, so the one thing I really like about the change in the policy that you made once we got below, and we got so low, as you said, okay, we need to set a 5% kind of flag. We haven't been over that 5% during my 10 years so far, But I understand why then you have more scrutiny while we're under 5%. And if we ever want to go under 5% again, you have now a provision in OE7, which is the superintendent has to seek board authority. Though that's all new, that's come in recent years. I think the metric or the benchmark of 8 to 10 is still the place that we shouldn't change that as our goal in our conversations. So I think the question, or I guess the best way to answer it is, we just want to make sure that what we're presenting tonight, which is basically what's the percent?
4.5.
4.5, which is going to be up
3.6 million.
Well, we raised it by 0.8%.
0.8. Are you as a board still comfortable with this slower gradual growth, knowing that we're not deficit spending, but we're probably not going to hit that 8 to 10% for quite some time, especially minus, just given the current context? I think that's what we want to make sure that we're still in alignment with. That we're not going to be getting to 6% next year or in another year and a half. It's going to take longer.
Well, I guess that's my question. I mean, I know we didn't set benchmarks. I'm looking for guidance in terms of, our next topic is RIFs.
Yeah.
And are we gonna be looking at RIFs every year because we're not getting the state funding that we need? And if we're just a little bit less conservative in what we're saving, is that gonna be able to stave off some cuts that are going to impact kids? I mean, for example, if we only grew by 0.5%, how much nursing staff would that save? Let's be real, put it, tell us. If it's insignificant, fine, I can't imagine it's insignificant, but how much would that save for the health and safety of our kids? I mean, jobs wise. And I'm looking for guidance. I don't know the answer. And I mean, again, my question is prepositioned on no deficit spending ever. Reaching the 8 to 10% is the goal, and it's the actual goal. And 5% is ideal, but all of these assumptions are no longer accurate. So with knowing what we are now and knowing what our staffing is and meeting the needs of our students, are we making the right choices in terms of building? I mean, the choices are sort of ours, but in terms of I looked at you guys for guidance in terms of, hey, superintendent, you don't have to grow that much because our nurses are more important to our students than making sure we have, 0.9 growth rather than 0.5.
I would just say, I think we've had a lot of conversation about this, and I think at the end of trying to get above 5% has really been a consistent goal because of the way that it will carry us through those lean months, especially with safety net changes from there. So if by the end of not 25, 26, but 26, 27, if that's our benchmark of trying to get to 5%, that's what we've tried to talk about in terms of, yes, we can probably have a little bit of buffer there for the staffing, but also keeping us accountable to trying to get to that 5% that I think is a really critical number from my perspective.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that. My question is the rate and considering everything else.
And there's so many unknowns out there right now that it's really, really hard to justify that. If they vote for the change of the levy and we can go out for the new EP&O, that's going to make a big difference. I mean, it all depends on the legislature right now. After the legislation ends, we would probably have more answers because we know the changes are going to impact.
We could even make with the EP&O and going out for that in 2027.
26, February 26.
Vote in 26, but we can't start collecting until 27.
But if we are able to ask for more and make a commitment to taxpayers, this amount is going towards fund balance to get to that 5. I mean, all of those things are possible, right?
Okay, Christina? I think that, as you said, there's so many uncertainties, and after our conversation with the legislators, I am a little bit worried, what will entail in terms of budget across the state, period. And just that maybe I am like the governor, that I am not willing to raise the rainy days right now and build as fast as possible, because the expectation right now is that there will be coming rainy days across the state and things will shift. Although I know that the impact on the students is tough. The range sounds fantastic, but I am a little maybe on the aggressive side at this moment in history. Not necessarily a year ago, but this time with what we have heard from the legislators, I'm a little concerned that we risk it going slow and then be in the position as other neighboring districts. But it's, and at the same time being realistic, from last year to this year, we couldn't build as much as we wanted. So it's,
Yeah, I think it's important, particularly as people think about finances and why we're here, to zoom up to, or zoom out to the 30,000 foot perspective. We hear a lot about Cleary and the state isn't satisfying their paramount duty. In Washington State, we now have the second highest paid teachers in the country. Like, it's a very important job, but we pay our teachers very highly as a state. We dedicate a lot of money to public schools. The question, I think, for many people is, why are we talking about cuts when we're paying more than we ever have, when revenue is at projections, when enrollment is at projections? And the answer is because we've made contractual promises that we couldn't keep, and that we weren't informed that we couldn't keep at the time that we made them without undertaking significant cuts. And that's why we're here. It's not because of COVID staffing and now 3 years later, we're reducing surplus COVID. Like we had librarians pre-COVID, we had these positions I don't think it's a rebalancing. It's because we made contractual promises that were predicated on ever escalating wages. And the consequence of not balancing budgets, it's not a conservative thing, it's not a liberal thing. It puts the curriculum, it puts the content in the crosshairs. So my suggestion would be for the board and for adjacent boards in school districts to start doing their job. Stop blaming the state, where we, as a school district, receive the third most from our state when it comes to funding, and start actually like holding ourselves accountable.
I would disagree with a lot of the characterization of the causes and roots of our spending crisis and the role of the state funding it. I'm going to defer to Fred because I suspect he has a more informed response.
If the expectation of our system and vis-a-vis me was only, let's say, OE7 or whatnot, I would see through that lens. The challenge that I've come to appreciate as a superintendent that I probably didn't have before is the nature of the competing interests of your full operational expectations together. And so when I think about OE4 with staff compensation, that you want to make sure that we are attracting and retaining the very best educators we can. In order to do that, we have to maintain compensation packages that are commensurate with our surrounding districts to keep people. I just talked to an educator this week, a little different circumstance, but there's also issues with income and whether or not it's sustainable in our district or neighboring districts and people will make different choices for different reasons. But I think when you take into account, well said, our fundamentals, which is the core structure of what we want for our students, and overlay it with staff compensation, budgeting and financial planning, financial administration, and then the overall instructional program, I think that's where that tension comes in. So from a one OE perspective, couldn't agree more. When I take them all into account, I think that's the challenge, the dynamic piece for me.
Maggie Tai? Maggie Tai?
You're muted.
Sorry. I'm only going to tackle just one little aspect of that, of Director Glowis's comment, which is no one is blaming our current situation on COVID. Like, if you say you're taking the 30,000-foot view, you have to take into consideration the history, like, of our district's finances over the last, say, 10 years. And so this board, for those of us who were on the board during COVID, which I guess at this point is just me and Deborah, like, we made some deliberate decisions during COVID, and that is why our fund balance specifically is lower, and now we are rebuilding. Nobody's saying that the librarians now are a direct result of something to do with COVID. So I just feel like that's a really weird, like, mishmash of concepts there. And I've been kind of taken aback this year by the new kind of trend of denialism about the crisis in state funding for our schools. This is not the place, the time. I know it's late for you guys. It's even later for me because I'm 3 hours later. But it just, it's undeniable that the state is not meeting their obligation to any district in Washington state. I don't really know what to do with that.
Yeah, so just quickly, the response was, maybe I misunderstood it, but Deborah was saying that one of the reasons we're contemplating, the RIFs is that we haven't scaled back from the deliberate staffing decisions that were made in COVID. And at least that was what that's what I understood. Your comment is that we're still scaling back from COVID staffing levels.
No. Our enrollment numbers are different because of birth rates, and that is now full on in our system with regards to birth rates, just like what we went through in the 80s when we closed 2 out of 5 elementary schools. It's this cyclical thing, and now
we're doing open enrollment to stabilize.
What?
And why we're doing open enrollment to stabilize, enrollment.
Okay, so my
we're
comment is,
insulated from demographics.
without getting interrupted, is it's cyclical. So the kids that were so the parents were the kids in the 80s when it was a smaller number of people are now the parents of the kids in the system. And so when there's fewer kids in the 80s, there's fewer parents today. So it makes sense that the birth rate goes like this. We're going to go back up again when we hit another high trend, and then we're going to go down again because that's the way the world works. And so the fact of the matter is there's very few facts here, but one of the facts is that in 2017, when McCleary went into effect, we were getting K-12 education was getting 51% of the state budget. Whatever happens with the state budget, we're now at 42 or lower after this legislative session. That's the fact of the matter. That is the funding crisis. We make decisions every day that impact lots of things. But when you're getting 9 to 10% less of the state apportionment of revenue, then that's going to have impacts. Add in inflation, add in federal cuts, add in cost of living, add in benefits and utilities and all these things, and it's a crisis. And just because you keep saying it's not, doesn't make it so when every single district in the state is in a budget crisis. And if we were actually getting 51% of the revenue from the state, we would be okay. But we're not. They keep going. Our buying power goes down every year, and it has been since 2017. No, disagree.
So
what are facts?
What I'm hearing basically, if I can sort of summarize a little bit, and cutting out a lot of the long-standing disagreements about funding issues and where they stem from. I'm hearing from you, Matt and Kay, and from Fred, that it would be helpful to have keeping our goals in mind, of course, of rebuilding our fund balance, of somewhat lessening the pace as needed, maybe, or maybe ratcheting back our expectations as needed to sort of more realistically affect the current economic scene, even though our goal of reaching 5% and being comfortable as soon as economically feasible or whatever, and ultimately get to 8 to 10% remains there. But that a little bit of breathing room where you're not feeling that the board is expecting you to reach this benchmark in quite the quick amount of time that we had originally set would be useful. Am I capturing that right?
Yeah, I think so. And this is the beginning of that conversation because this will come up as this will be a component, page 16, so you say, of the budget report. And so, yes, if the budget dashboard that we saw before and where we hope to be at the end of this year is
23.
Page 23, is still meeting expectations, and we can continue to move forward as a governance team, making the adjustments that we need to make sure that we're not deficit spending, that we are not heading towards binding condition or whatnot, but that we may not grow as fast in order to preserve a program, then we're all on the same page with that. I know of a superintendent who said they're trying to end the year with $1, just so they're not in binding conditions, and another one who said in July they're going into binding condition. So those are two conversations I had just yesterday with two of my colleagues from districts that are in our comparison group. So, I have appreciated since day one when I took the job of, hey, we're trying to grow this, we're gonna do the very best, and I'm grateful for the finance team that we have. It is, and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic for our board or our community, but it's probably one of the best in our region, if not our state, when I talk to WASBO and others. But it's going to continue to be hard. But I'm confident that slow and steady will win this race.
So my understanding is that these 3 points, have we covered sufficiently also as well, the financial dashboard and merge stats report? I feel like we have.
That's
I know, yeah, I'd love to hear differently if anyone disagrees.
Well, so the conversation I think is great, but what you're saying is we're not making a decision.
Right, this is
until-
not, that's what I was just going to
Okay,
say. Okay, yeah, is that, we're not making a decision tonight, we're not
It's all
voting anything,
information.
it's all just informational and discussion purposes.
Correct.
And I really thank you, Matt and Kay, for that, very informative and reassuring yet / fun to watch you guys bubble.
I love you.
I mean, I would really point out to that is that we have two fantastic financial minds, both doing their very best and not being afraid to speak their mind and think independently, which I think is extremely important. I think it's reassuring to me as a board director and probably to our community and probably to our admin team that we're not having a team that engages in groupthink and sort of following the leader. Matt wishes, but it's people bringing their best to their jobs and doing their best for the district, and that's all that any of us can ask. So thank you.
Here's how it usually goes. I find $10. I go to Kay and Matt and I say, I think we should spend $8 in this, and we have two. And Kay says, you can spend $1.50, and then Matt brokers a deal somewhere in between to try to help us from getting there, so that we're doing what's great for kids, but remaining financially solvent. And then Matt comes back and gets upset with both of us because he wants it to go even in a better place, but it works well.
I'm super conservative. And when I said conservative, I don't mean politically.
No, I mean,
Savers.
financially, I've been working with the state for 28 years in this, and I have seen the decline in prototypical school not being changed since 1978. We qualify for 2 techs in this district from our apportionment. That's why you need a cap tech levy to pay for all the technical. They have not made the adjustments that needed to be done for decades now. And it's sad. It's really sad that they think you can have a 0.005 psych in a district this size. That's not right. And it's up to them to adjust the prototypical school. We could cut to the prototypical school, but you would not have a school. You would not have this school district if you did that. That's my opinion.
All right, so moving on, thank you. Moving on to Board Policy 1800 OE7 Financial Administration, draft resolution number 738/2025/26, reduced education program certified impact, second reading.
Thank you. As a reminder that this is RIF capacity, this isn't automatic RIFs that happen. We are kind of coming towards that time in the school year where May 15th, contractually and legally, we need to make our final decisions What we continue to try to do is to make sure that what we are staffing to is what our students need and what we believe we need to continue to offer a program. There are steps we have to take, which I'm going to have Aaron talk a little bit more about, to reassure that the first place we go is not our staff. And I think, Matt, you were starting with the 3 legs of the stool. We're going to try to raise some fees. We're going to certainly continue to scrape everything we can from the legislature. And then the last piece is we have to look at our staffing models. So Aaron, I'll let you take it from there and talk a little bit more about those components. Then I have a few more comments about what's on there, and then we'll leave it up to discussion.
Yeah, so this is a second read for the certificate of reduction. As I said before, this and sort of Superintendent Rundle reiterated, this is really seeking RIF authority. This does not necessarily mean that we are RIFing to this level. There's sort of a timing issue with respect to when we know what our funding is and when we learn from our employees that they may be on leave or they may be resigning, that is out of alignment with the statutory requirement to notify our staff by May 15th. And May 15th may seem like a long time away. It's really not, which is why we had to start almost a month ago with bringing this to you, because you need opportunities to review our proposals and for the community and staff to be able to give feedback on the proposals publicly. So there's full transparency in what we're doing. So there's sort of a timing issue here, which often results in the RIF authority not being fully utilized. Every year that we have sought RIF authority, it has not been fully utilized. Before we even get there, we look first and we take our responsibility pretty seriously, because we're talking about friends and colleagues and people. Losing their jobs, not working with us. And so it's important that we look under all the rocks to find other options for reductions first. I think we did a presentation at the last board meeting of all the different things we looked at. It looked from renegotiating contracts and saving $3,000, $30,000, like small amounts, but all of that adds up. It sounds silly, but looking at our copiers, looking at our printers, I mean, we really looked at everything and non-salary expenditures first. And we looked at our discretionary department budgets across the board. We looked at all our budgets to see where could we trim before we got to staff. Now, looking at our certificated staff reductions, because ultimately we decided there wasn't, and to have a balanced budget, to achieve what we need and be fiscally sustainable, we still needed to reach into our staff and impact staff, which is not our goal. But we tried to be thoughtful in how we did it. Again, in the interest of transparency, and I believe I said this last time, there are reductions here on this certificated list that will not be fully realized. Normally on a RIF resolution, what you see is just, you don't see the people who are in like positions that are not backfilled. So if someone goes on leave and we choose not to backfill them, that doesn't come up as a RIF. Normally what you see is only FTE, where an individual person is losing their job and being denied access to a continuing contract. In the interest of transparency, and it's the same thing we did with Spanish, when we reduced the Spanish program at the elementary level, we did put on for the library and library media eliminations at both the elementary and secondary. So if you see there, you have a 1.8 FTE at the elementary for librarians and a 0.4 at the secondary reduction. But that FTE is actually no person is losing their job, because because people have different endorsement areas. The way it works is if they have seniority, they can move to those endorsement areas. So let's hypothetically say you have an elementary librarian who is also endorsed to teach K-5. They could be moved into an open elementary teaching position. So in this particular situation, there's not actually a reduction of, like, a person is not impacted, but we're being transparent that we're changing the program model. The same is true with respect to our instructional coaches. We have a reduction there of 2.8 FTE. But all of those people are actually being absorbed into the system, but we want to be transparent that we're reducing a program in a way that's maybe meaningful to both staff and community. Finally, the one thing I do want to highlight where we will not see we anticipate not seeing a RIF impact where I would have said something different during the last meeting, but I was unable to take it off the list, is the expert coordinator, is the school social worker counselor, ESA, of a 0.5 FTE. We anticipate being able to restore that because we had an in-person meeting where we were promised additional funding because this is a grant-funded position, but we have not received confirmation in writing, so we were hesitant to take that off our list until we have it in our hot little hands, so to speak. But we do anticipate that not being part of the RIF. So from this list, ultimately, it's an 8.1 FTE RIF resolution, but the impacted staff, and it's still significant because again, all of these are people who know and love our community and work with our kids, and we have relationships both from parents, colleagues, and kids. So this impacts our whole community. There's still a 2.6 FTE reduction that is actually people, but I want to be clear because I think subsequent conversations with people who approached through the PTAs or just community members didn't understand because they were hearing that their librarian or this staff member was actually still going to have a job. So I just want to be very clear what this is that we're seeking approval for.
You covered what I was going to cover, so perfect. We'll kick it back to you.
So this is an action item, so I guess we need to take it to a vote if there's any discussion. Christina?
I do have a question, maybe for Fred, well, absolutely for you, Fred. Removing my emotions and not thinking about people, I am a little bit still concerned about, I would like to kind of see in your mind how would the program or the library will work as a library. I feel that in this moment in history, protecting intellectual freedom is super important. And would like to hear, get into your brain and see how are we going to protect that portion and also meeting the needs of students and at the same time teaching them how important it is to kind of be critical thinkers and expand their minds and just not fall into this algorithm of if I'm just searching this is what I'm gonna get. So I think that portion of it, I would love to hear what is the model that you're envisioning
So
this change?
Yeah, and I enter the conversation as, an elementary educator and then a high school educator, the son of an elementary librarian myself. My mom was a first grade teacher for many years and finished in the library. I don't think that our hopes and dreams for the democracy and the critical thinking starts and stops with just our librarians. I think all of our educators have to continue to play a role in that. I've been in systems in schools where it's not a certificated librarian, but a really dynamic person who, just because they don't have a teaching credential, doesn't mean that they can't interact with and make a positive impact on students. In the perfect world, given our funding or whatnot, sure, we'd even have more certificated people doing more of the jobs that we have. We wouldn't have as many parent educators also working with our students in special education because we'd have more certificated staff. Minus that, we have to make sure that we continue to train, work with, and support all of our staff members. But the model, I think, is still extremely possible. I think there are people who are probably don't want the full responsibility of a certificated staff member, but still have a hunger for teaching kids the passion of literacy, the passion of research, and whatnot, and it will be a lift for us. And I am, again, not trying to diminish our librarians at all, because they are wonderful, dynamic, contributing members to our schools, which is why we're gonna keep them in our schools. Erica Otteson, I would never have taken out of the 4th grade classroom at Lake Ridge and hired her to be the librarian if I thought she wasn't gonna have a positive impact. So I'm careful to say that I think that they have value, but I think that we have a responsibility for everyone to be part of that hope of freedom of thought, freedom of speech. And I don't think the library is the only place where that happens.
And I would totally say I agree that it's not, but I also think that it's like the umbilical cord where a lot of things happen. I come from a system where the library is more on this is what it is, and this is like maybe by chance, and it looks very good. And I'm just a little bit concerned about that because we are definitely in a moment of history where there's definitely very important shifts on what information is available for people and for students. And just want to ensure that if the decision is made to switch to a different model, we are protecting that model continues. I don't want the Babylon library to disappear, right? So it is, we have to be very careful and very intentional. If we decide to go that route, how are we going to change? How are we going to shift this, and how are we going to entail that is and with hope that it's temporary. And as kids grow, and I think that especially, I think elementary is super important, and at the same time, I wish that we can exploit right now the high school students to really understand the value of the library and use them, and use the librarian to actually know how to search and do what they need to do to prepare for what they're gonna entail when they get out of high school.
And the conversation, as I think you were hearing from Director Adams around, is there a possibility of our EP&O levy being able to restore some things? And then we have a restoration conversation about where would we want to have some of those positions come back. And when I look at, our elementaries, they're just, Aaron Miller will remind me oftentimes, he just, I think one of the things as he's moved into HR and he's talked to is our elementaries are just so, it's not simple to staff, but it's very intuitive. You have this many kids and you're gonna need this many fourth graders. And then beyond that, there's not a lot of margin. We have PE teachers, music teachers, librarians, art, and then beyond that, we have interventionists, but we only get $100,000 for Title I. Doesn't even pay for one. And then on the lap side, so there's just not a lot left to reduce. And I think our principals and our learning services team and myself, looking at all of that, the last thing we want to do is reduce anywhere. But this is the place where we can maintain a lot of the other programs that support the whole child and still be able to try to provide the very best we can.
Oh, yes. I was just gonna say that, I agree. I think the library, especially at the elementary schools, the most important, I feel like that's when it made the biggest impact. And it's really important, especially with kids having phones from a younger age. There's more reliance on the quick dopamine kind of thing versus reading a book. And I think even myself, it's harder to pick up a book. So that's why less people at the high school are just getting books. But yeah, I think it's also time to continue partnering with the school's foundation and the PTA to continue doing bringing in authors and helping fill the gaps as the district.
I really appreciate all these conversations and agree with the importance of the libraries. But I would love to see us framing this conversation more, and I think today it has a lot already, more in terms of what are our expectations and what are the interests that we want this person, it isn't a person, to provide for our students. And, I'm not calling our librarians antiquated, but, when this structure was created, we live in a very different world with different resources, we're in a global society where kids have much more of an ability to understand what is going on in the world. And I just want to be able to, I feel like you have a great handle on what the community, both parent, student, and staff are looking for in terms of the interests. And I just want to make sure that, that you agree with that. But do you feel like you've got a good handle on the priorities and interests of the board to meet the needs of students with this structure person? I mean, for me, when I think of it, it's different between elementary, middle, and high school. I know our high school, in visiting the schools, and I'm not there all the time, so you guys can answer this much better than I can, but there's never any, or I never see kids in the middle school library. And I think that's a lot having to do with its age, but it's also location. We thought it would be the center for things, but it's up the stairs and it's the end of the hall, and they just don't gather there. In the high school, it's right off the commons. There's now, like cafeteria style tables. There's the area that students can meet and do things, and yeah, there's the books there too. Those are important, but it's a meeting place. It's a gathering place. It's a learning place. It's an opportunity to share. It's an opportunity if someone's having a hard day to go find someone to sit down and talk to. For me, those are the interests that I want to make sure our students' needs are being provided for. That in elementary school, like Ava just said, our librarians or libraries are fostering the love of reading for our students, that they're getting a look at books that they wouldn't necessarily, know it's not in their parents' realm, it's not what their friends are looking at. So they've got someone else, whether it's a teacher or whoever it might be, or older students are showing them, hey, look at this. We've got the display at the high school of banned books because we're so worried about critical thinking and how the world is changing. Like, those are the things that I'm looking for in terms of making sure that we're providing for the needs of the students. And obviously we care about our staff. I mean, I hope it goes without saying, at least for many of us, but I think all of us, that's so important. But what is it that our students need? And trying not to talk about the change of the middle school. One of the really positive proposed changes is kind of having satellite libraries. So it's more of a space where students are encouraged to be a part of and interact in, which is why, kind of the bigger commons, that was my understanding, at least one of the reasons of the proposals. So I see this as an opportunity to really kind of see how we can think outside the box, problem solve, meet the interests of our students, and with our budget in mind. And as long as I have full confidence in you to make the decisions of ways that we can do this. The librarians have created maker spaces at the elementary schools, and I think even at the older schools. I know there's been talk of some of that, but those are things that are really important. And there's lots of ways to structure that, is what I'm trying to say. And we've got to keep budget in mind. Students' needs are first. Budget capacity is a necessary evil benefit, I don't know. And are you comfortable with understanding the priorities to be able to build the structure that you think best meets the needs of our students?
Given all of the variables that you just outlined and whatnot, yes, because I also know that the reductions that we would make potentially in learning support or in these other areas at this moment in time would be even more detrimental on students than this. But I fully appreciate where you're coming from. I think it's supportive of the whole child, safe and supportive learning environments, inclusive and equitable, and also rigorous and challenging. And I think all of those will not be missed in the thinking of this.
Is there an opportunity for, if people want to reach out to you, would it be helpful to kind of phrase it in this, what is the interest that you're looking for from library services?
Sure, it's our learning services team, our principals, myself, we're always available for that, absolutely, Director.
And I also want to say, I feel like it's not, I'd say it's not end all be all with the librarians, especially because as long as the students have that designated time that they're in there as well, the specialist time is really important, and that is not going away for now. So I think that's an important thing. And I agree that even if the staff isn't certified, like they can still make an impact, so.
Okay, thank you. So I am sorry, I keep, but trying what's important. This is such a tough, because I know that we have to get to a balance and we're gonna get here, so, a reduction regardless of where we end up. My only concern, I think, is that, just that if it's not a certified staff, how is positioned for whoever you put in that place, that it really functions as the core and well, I always think, like, if I trust you and I think that you would create a space where the library will function. If you were not there, what will happen? And that's my concern. And I'm saying this, I recently was talking to a friend in Wisconsin and they were talking about their school, their vote was to close the library completely. And that is a conversation that is happening in different places of the country. So if we take this step, how are we writing and putting things in place so this doesn't get into that conversation, that the next step is not we're closing the library? Because this is happening in different places. And that's where I'm a little bit concerned. That's I think that where the protecting of this space of the freedom of intellectual freedom is coming from, that I'm hearing this conversation in other places.
I think two places where you have it already built into your structure as a school board, and that is OE 9 and 10. And there are specific things with significant changes to a program, which would be closing a library, that has to be be brought to you as a school board by whoever is sitting in this seat. Because that is the significant change. So there is that element already baked in, Director Martinez. That would be a policy protection, if you will. We don't know who's going to sit in your seat in 10 years or in this seat in 10 years. And they may have, the same ideals as us, or they may have different ideals from that. But those are some systemic things that are in play for that. We will still have a .4 librarian at the high school. It just won't be as much doing the library, but someone who's still caretaking for that. We'll still have that .6 to be able to work across our elementary schools. And we'll continue to support with our middle school team, our library at our middle school. So we are trying to leave in place and not completely pull it all out. It will also allow for rebuilding in a faster way if we need to, because we're not just getting all of it.
Thank you.
So
I'm thrilled to hear about the ESPER funding. That was a huge concern to me. I know that any impact that's happened. Thank you for whoever's working on that.
Yeah, and then, and to draw back the frame a little bit, this is the entire RIF, not just the library program that we're talking about tonight. Yeah, I know, but just to.
It's all of it.
Yeah.
It's just.
It's just how we're gonna. So I guess what we're looking for now is a motion to approve the draft resolution 3738, 2526, reduced education program, certificate of impact.
I move we adopt the resolution number 738.
You have a second? Maggie Tad, would you like to second us?
I'm having trouble turning off my mute. Yes, I second it.
Okay, students, do you want to vote? Students?
Aye.
Okay, and board?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Aye. Abstain? Opposed?
I'm sorry, I'm getting to. I'm gonna stay.
Okay, so we are 2-0 students, 3 ayes for board, 1 abstention, and 1 nay. All right, and then moving on to board policy 1800 OE7 financial administration draft resolution number 740, 2526 reduced education program classified impact.
So this is a first reading on the classified side. We do not anticipate bringing this back for a second reading until your second meeting in May. We have lots of things we're still sorting through and working through. Before spring break, I pulled together, convened a meeting with all of our nurses, MIEA representation. We talked about building a plan to pull together a smaller group to really look at the structures of our nursing model. And I think one of the things, and then we came back right after break, and we've had our first meeting, we'll have our next meeting next week. The real shift in what we're trying to do is, rather than just staffing nurses, we need to staff health room support to match our students. And just because we have 6 schools doesn't mean that 6 nurses is the best model, that there are many different models to get there. And so the capacity that we have on there could change and is likely to possibly change based on the model that we come up with. We know that we need to continue to provide a certain level of support for some of our most acute students. And then we need a certain level of support for those that are more minor. And we're doing everything from studying what times a day are kids coming in the most, what kinds of needs do they have, and then our nurses are also doing a dive into all of the different types of needs. And so we're gonna come together with a plan. We'll bring it back to our leadership team, and then I'll probably discuss it more with you as well, because that will really dictate where we see changes within that LPN and RN model. So those are some things that are happening over the next month as we move towards our reductions on our health room side.
Maggie Tech?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to you and to the nurse team that's working on this issue, and just to acknowledge that in the parent comment earlier this evening, she raised some, I mean, it was very effective, you know what I mean? Effective, but with like an A comment. But that I had not considered the fact that we live on an island that has outsourced essentially our EMS services, like to a great extent. So that to me is just worth taking into consideration as you go through this kind of planning and problem solving mode, because it is a little bit different than having like fully maintained, you know, fire stations on both ends of the island with like, you know, like immediate, it's another factor to consider as well. So thank you, Fred.
I will, I think this plan is clearer for me as a physician than the other. But I was just reassured that all teachers have to be CPR certified, et cetera, right? So, or most, or how does that work?
No, so, yeah, no, there's no requirement that all teachers be CPA certified. There's certain CPR, sorry, I said CPA. CPR, we all do, yeah, they're not accountants either, some of them I'm sure are, but it's not a requirement of everyone, thank God, because I'm not either. But no, they have requisite training, for example, on anaphylaxis, the use of EpiPens and that kind of thing. So there are some basic trainings that are provided to staff. There are other staff with higher levels of trainings, depending especially on the types of kids that they will be supporting. So actually, I think some of our paras have higher levels. I see you, or you wanted to say something, or you just, okay. You look over there, okay. And then the expectation is that it's not as if there's going to be no one in the health rooms at the schools where there are not RNs or LPNs at the elementary level. The concept is that, at least the initial concept, was that there would minimally be a health room assistant who would be provided the necessary training to support students. And there's different ways that can happen. Like there could be a delegation from a nurse to provide seizure medication. There could be a parent delegation. So there's lots of ways that even myself, in a prior life, I was an athletic coach, and so I was authorized, I had a student who had a seizure disorder, and I had to go through a little training, and if the student had a seizure, there was a medication that was delivered nasally, and I had a parent release and waiver to administer that if the child had a seizure. So there's a way to address the need, but that's why really, referring back to what Superintendent Brundle shared, is really looking at what each school's needs were, and when we initially brought forward the potentials for reduction before we got into classified versus certificated, we shared that the belief that there were, why we were thinking that Northwood may be a school that retains a nurse, a classified nurse at the elementary level, was because of the acuity of the students in that location. And I tried to address that if there are certain things that need to be addressed, and the only way to do it would be to have a nurse on site for the entire time, we would certainly do that if that was what was required. But it could be where, and I think Shelley Sage, our nurse at the high school, she's great. But by her example, like we had a student with a need and we were able to have a nurse come down. Similarly, if you have a student at Lake Ridge, could the nurse come over from IMS if there's a nurse needed, if there's certain times that they need bed checks, just twice a day, so at 10 and 2. So it's looking at what the needs are, and so this resolution gives us capacity to do the maximum change we would need to do. If we did, that's the most we would eliminate, but we may need to adjust based on our student needs. Does that help?
It does help. I think that I will say to all of you, CPR saved lives, so everyone should know CPR.
Bus drivers have to,
Yeah.
there are certain positions,
Yeah,
but
I
it's
totally
not all, but we do,
But just.
absolutely. And, you know, I think it's,
It makes sense.
yeah, and, you know, I'm in a community that's also served by East Side Fire and Rescue, and I have friends who are on that East Side Fire and Rescue, and I think they do a terrific job, but I also think it's important, and I've shared this with families, that, you know, we have the students 180 days a year for 6.5 hours. There's a lot of other hours in there, and, you know, I think it's eye-opening when you start to see what is the level of care that would be in our community if there's a structure fire and we're at the pool and something happens, someone's coming from Bellevue. There's not necessarily, and I think those are the things we have to realize as communities and know that the schools aren't the only social service in town. And we have to, again, look to our legislators and some others to say, is this acceptable? And if not, what are we gonna do about that? So.
And I will just add to that, I'm not that concerned about the East Side service, because I do trust that the city made a plan if there's an emergency, that the time and the standard of care will not diminish. I trust the leadership in that decision. If there's a major earthquake, I think it doesn't matter, because at the same time, we will all be, and it wouldn't matter if the service is here or there. And that will become the CERT team and the emergency team that the city has in place. So I am not worried about that portion as much. I think it is more on seeing how it needs. So I'm looking forward to hearing the plan that you have today.
Great.
Any further discussion on this? This is just a discussion.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Next we have.
Can I just to, I think this has been said. So what you're saying is with this plan is that the medical needs of our students are the priority and will be staffed, period.
Correct.
Thank you. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. Next we have board policy 1003, board job description, proposed board policy 1012. Guidelines for social media accounts created by board members in their official capacity, and this is the second meeting. We've talked about this a lot. If you remember, harken your mind back, Maggie, Ty, and I were a committee of 2 to work on the social media policy for individual board accounts as school board members. Currently, the only people who have those accounts would be Maggie, Ty, herself, and our student rep account, which I don't know if you fall under the policy, but that's another example of an official school board policy account.
We've all had a look at this policy, for many, many weeks now. We have some, there's a lot of other policies here for comparison purposes, if you've had a chance to compare. I would propose at this point, now that we've all had a look, and had a chance to recommend any changes, unless there are any further changes floating around
We
that.
haven't really discussed this.
Okay, I thought we talked about it.
It came up at like 10 o'clock at night without a lot of answers, and then it was gonna come back for discussion.
Oh, I thought we had it, I thought we went through it.
At
It's not my
your,
recollection, but that's,
One.
but we should discuss it.
There was a change.
so at your March 13th meeting, a item that you spent a lot of time on was the ethical professional conduct, item number 3. At that time, that's where you had really asked that we find examples of other districts, cities, and others that might help us to illuminate item number 3, which is the item that is really in regard to board members shall refrain from making statements that apply a predetermined stance on matters pending before the board. So that's kind of where you were leaving off. That was one area of trying to figure out what that would look like.
Okay, and before I go to general board conversations, I'm gonna finish real quick with me. So again, this applies only to individual school board director email, social media accounts. This policy is not meant to reflect in any way any guidance to personal social media accounts of any board member. Those remain personal. What we have done is created something new on the orientation packet for new board members, but that's purely advisory. Again, personal social media is not regulated by our board and is not something that we're addressing in this guideline today. The guideline is for the individual, this gets a little confusing, individual, official, school board, social media accounts. Maggie Ty Tucker, do you want to weigh in since you're the one who has one, and then we'll go around the table?
Yeah, I just wanted to make clear that after the discussion, so we did have previously the lengthy discussion about that one aspect of the document, and I thought we modified it a little bit following that discussion. Sorry, let me just look at it really quick. I thought we modified it to just kind of get it done. Let's see. Yeah, I believe, Fred, the item that we were talking about before about not making statements that, I believe that's not in there anymore. Isn't that right?
I see it.
Item
Oh,
3.
no, it is. It's still in there. I think we just like trimmed it down a little or something. Okay. Board members shall refrain from making statements that imply a predetermined stance on matters pending before the board. Yeah, I guess that we still need to talk about that. I guess I think of that as being somewhat like the concept of, like, I forget what it's called, but with judges, right? Like, judges are not supposed to make public statements about a case that they have not yet ruled on, right? So I guess I think of it as a similar concept that you know, to try to give every issue a fair hearing and to give your colleagues a chance to, you know, change your mind about things, which does on occasion happen. Yeah.
Okay, so
that was not removed.
Deborah?
Thank you for all the work that you guys did on this, and I did review most, if not all, of the ones that were attached. I don't understand. I'm not opposed to a policy on this. I'm opposed to a policy that allows for this. I don't understand the need for, with all of these restrictions, I don't understand the need why individual board directors would need an official social media account when, what exactly is it that you're gonna do on it? And I just feel like it opens up a can of worms. It gives voice to it in an unbalanced way to different board directors. You can't really say anything, you can't really do anything, so why are you doing it? I just don't understand it. You can try and convince me, but I'm so not there, and actually even after reading this, I feel even stronger, like I don't understand the point. If you're just forwarding, I don't follow Maggie Ty, so I don't see what she does. I don't, if you're just forwarding what the district is doing, like, I don't understand it. I agree that there shouldn't be a policy for personal use, but I really liked some of the guidelines that were the examples, and I hope that that's included. I don't think it should be policy, but I think it should be, I mean, I don't think it would be inappropriate to publish the guidelines of what board directors are expected to abide by. I am very opposed to being told that I can't use my service as a board director on my personal social media profile. It's on my resume. This is work that I do. I put my volunteer work, and which this is, but I also don't post anything about the board in my social media. I don't use it a lot. So I mean, I know that it doesn't say you can't, but it's who I am, and it's part of me. So to have even the implication that it's not appropriate to do that, I don't get it. So with all due respect, I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know. I would hope that the policy says board directors shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, I mean, so somewhat similar to Deborah, somewhat diametrically different. I have issues with the policy. It remains over refraining from communicating a predetermined stance. I mean, if that's a code word for a position, we're elected officials, we're allowed to have positions. In fact, like after this was introduced, I went on social media for the various like governors, council members, representatives. They all have social media accounts. They all take positions on matters. I don't have a social media account. I actually think that's a deficit as an elected politician, because that is a way to communicate with the people that elected you, and to say that you can't communicate your positions on matters. And this analogy to judges, we're not judges. We're elected to represent the community and to engage and state our positions and hopefully be persuaded if people present perspectives that we haven't considered. But this idea that it can be used to limit discussion before a matter has come to the board. And then I guess like if one were to look at other guidance that we have to not discuss the matter after a decision is made, what it's saying, which clearly violates the First Amendment, is that you can't discuss matters either before or after outside of the boardroom, which unfortunately at least three directors, when it comes to interfering with the Mercer Island Reporter last year on positions about open enrollment, thinks is fair game. And I think it's problematic.
To address somewhat what Dan is saying, I think that, I'm actually not gonna address what you're saying, because I don't have quite marshaled my response, but I think that your interpretation of the guidelines is a little bit off, maybe of what they're trying to say. I think that they're very much in keeping with standard and across sort of like school districts keeping in with standard, like avoiding perceived conflict of interest or prejudgment on the part of a board director. But I actually just wanted to build on what Deborah was saying about, just I do not have an official school board social media. I have no desire to. I see what some of our council members are doing with theirs, and I think it's a sort of an effective outreach to the community of what's happening. I think that some of our community is extremely informed as to what's happening on the city council or on the school board, whatever, and some of our community remains sort of woefully underinformed. And maybe any effort to reach them is a positive one. I agree with a lot of the points that Deborah was making. There's no reason you can't have your whole personality in your personal social media. Like, mine says I'm a hiker. I don't speak for the hiking community when I post. But opinions, as I say, may vary. So I think that this is something that came about. Just as like Christina's concerns with libraries in some hypothetical future administration, we have some hypothetical future board directors and what their social media might look like, it might be a good thing to have some guardrails in place. Just because like only one of us has official personal social media now. I remain agnostic to that. Maggie Ty.
Yeah.
Defend yourself.
So I don't have a lot of like personal, I don't know how, I do have a dog in this fight, but it's a very tiny yappy dog. I think the way this came about is we've obviously heard a lot about certain parties like personal social media posts this year. And in looking at, did we have a policy on that? Like, do other districts have a policy on that? It came to my attention that like, oh, most districts don't have a policy that has anything to do with anyone's personal social media for good reason. But a lot of districts, some districts do have policies about like, school board members' use of social media in this capacity, like in their official school board role. And so I was kind of like, oh, that's a gap. We don't have that. We should have a policy. Just to make clear, like if somebody in the future goes rogue, like we could be like, oh, here are the guardrails, But the way I use my personal school board social media is just purely like for communicating and kind of keeping the district updated in a very neutral way. Like I didn't, because I've been really busy the last couple of days, but I usually post a couple of days ahead of a school board meeting and say, hey, this Thursday's meeting starts at 5 o'clock. Among other things, there will be this, this, and this on the agenda, and then like I post things like, I don't actually like repost pretty much almost anything that the district posts. Occasionally I'm like, oh, look, we won a thing. Our students won a radio award. But I guess I don't feel so strongly about it. Like I don't think I'm going to talk. We haven't heard from Christina yet, of course, but I don't feel like I'm like, we don't have to have this policy. This was just kind of like me and Jody doing our due diligence once charged with like going off and kind of looking at this issue. So I'm happy to just like let it drop. But I'd love to hear from Christina in case she has anything to say about it.
I think that at this moment in time, I see kind of this and compared to what we discussed at the beginning of the meeting, that was our code of conduct. And I am trying to figure out how are we also going to be compliant on this portion of it, especially the ethical professional, since it's already, I don't know, I'm curious if we could move this to be a guidance and see how we work forward with a guidance instead of being a policy, and then from then decide if we want to adopt it and work on our other portions as a board. And I think that by itself might help out. I don't have much say.
So that's actually a great idea. My suggestion is that I go back through it and I kind of casualize it, if that makes sense. And I will take out the parts about the parts I'll take out some of the parts that Dan has objected to, such as that's number 3 under ethical and professional conduct. And I will give the board, I guess, just put it on some future agenda to give the board a chance to review it as a like guideline that might be included in a future orientation binder together with the other stuff. Give the board a chance to look it over, and then like there's no like legal requirement that the board has to vote on things that are in the orientation binder, because they're things like here's how to access your email or whatever. But I'm happy to do that if that is something that people would be interested in. And then in the future, if somebody feels like we need a formal policy, then somebody else can take that on. Does that make sense? Because some of the stuff is stuff that a new board member might not think about. Like they might not think about, if they lose control of their social media account, like they get hacked, like they should actually notify the district. That's actually a very helpful tip that I had never thought of before.
Deborah? Couple things with regards to this policy. I'm happy to take a stab at it with what you guys have done. I don't think it's a bad thing to have a policy, but I think
I think having a personal, official social media
Individual.
account.
Say individual social media. Individual is your school board member, personal is like.
Should be strongly discouraged, whatever we want to call it, should be strongly discouraged. If you're going to have one, here are the guidelines you need to follow. One of the fundamental differences with me and Dan is the way that we see our role on the board, in the sense of, and we're never going to agree, and that's fine. But I appreciate that governors and legislators, members of Congress, they have a very different role. Us board directors have no power individually. And what I get concerned about is that the reason the public perceives this board as dysfunctional is because we don't speak with one voice after a decision's been made. And it is our obligation under our governance policy that we speak as one voice after a decision's been made. Now, we could change that governance policy if the majority of the board wants to, but so far we haven't. And I know you're gonna have comments on it, and I really resisted saying anything, but I think that's the difference. If we're gonna have a policy like this, it's in our policy that you come to a discussion to the board with an open mind and listen to other people before you make a final decision. Now, of course, you're gonna have an initial thought or a gut feeling, and that's normal and it's appropriate. But once we've had the discussion, we've listened to each other, we've learned from our district in terms of any educational issues we need to learn from, we make a decision. Once it's a decision of the board, the different positions have to end, because otherwise it just causes chaos in the community and people don't know what to think, and they think that the district's like dysfunctional, which is exactly what's happening now, which is why the board in the 2000s adopted the policy governance model, because that's what was happening, and we were cycling through superintendents because no one wanted to work in an environment like this. So that being said, I think these points are important. I'm happy to give a go at kind of saying what this board thinks, and obviously every new board, if they believe they want to have a different social media policy for official individual accounts, then they can change it.
So, thank you. I think I'm gonna keep this under Maggie and my purview, since we were on this committee that drafted
We
this.
can certainly provide input.
Yeah, please do.
I'm not saying
No,
without
please do
taking it
provide
over.
input, and I take your points entirely, with regard to like the utility of even having them. I think that this whole project is a little bit much. I do want to just reiterate though that I think that the role of the student social media account is extraordinarily useful and informative. And I think that like this policy does not regulate that student account in the same way that it would individual board members' account. You have a different function, you're serving a different audience. And it's more, I feel like, institutionalized, even though you guys are the ones who really got it going well. I think that I just want the record reflect.
We can add it in the policy.
Yeah, but like that, let's make sure that we're not stifling in any way the student board account, which I think is extraordinarily useful and spreads a lot of really great information and outreach to our students. And that's a very active role that you're taking. That I think is a lot different from the here's what we're doing this week at our meeting role that we sort of visualize, the individual board accounts. And I'm gonna let Ava go anytime, then you can go.
Yes, thank you so much, because I know like the Lake Washington School District, for example, their reps are like subject to their social media policy apparently, and so they're not allowed to have an account apparently. So it's like sad that they can't like reach their other students in that way, so thanks for helping protect that. So yeah, Lucy and I we're happy to like help like draft that part as well, but you can just be like a quick mentioning as well, like students can have an account.
Yeah, and I think this is good guidance as well, especially with what you said about like if our account gets hacked and things like that, just basic things of how we can run it, especially as we put it down to the next student reps and they can know how to run it.
Yeah, and I know that the Lake Washington policy is very prescriptive, and I know from a board member that was in direct reaction to a specific situation on their board, so that they probably have the tightest reins of any school district in our area. Maggie, did you want to?
Yeah.
yeah, I think that to what I'm hearing is there's no strong, at least, objection to taking this policy and turning it into some sort of looser guidelines as part of our board orientation packet that will be tips, basically, more than anything else for the student board reps, as well as you know.
I don't think that reflects the room, the will of the room, Maggie, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the sense of the room here. I think that maybe there's more of an appetite to maybe just have another bite at the apple on this one and rethink some of that maybe we haven't captured fully the sense of the board in this.
Yeah, but okay, so what I'm hearing though is I guess that was wishful thinking on my part. Here is I have the sense that everyone agrees with me, because I think that we're all like kind of orthogonal to each other on this. I don't really think we're going to be able to come to any kind of consensus on a policy that we would all want to pass. Like I think Deborah wants a policy that is basically like, don't do this, but if you really feel like you have to, I guess here are some guidelines for you. And Dan is kind of like, don't tread on me. And I'm kind of like, if this is a great thing, if you do it right, here are a bunch of guidelines, which like other people will find oppressive. I just think I don't see any version of this that that is going to make everybody happy, that everybody's going to be willing to move forward. Am I wrong?
That's not our standard. Standard is majority.
All right, Deborah, do you want to go in? Then maybe, given that we're not voting on this tonight, apparently, maybe we'll just limit to like a couple more brief comments, and then we'll move on.
I just wanted to make the suggestion. I know the students have asked about a couple other tweaks to their own policy, and perhaps this is something. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I wouldn't expect that our students would fall under it, but it certainly would be appropriate to modify your own student rep policy and add something about that the student reps may, blah, blah, blah. And if they do, then here are the guidelines, kind of like the same ones that students follow on social media, because you guys have that in your code of conduct, right?
Yes.
So, but anyways, I think that would be an excellent place to put that.
I just want to say that if we were not going, I also have to confess that I did not really uphold the example that you brought forward. I am very sorry, there were a lot, and let's focus on the others. So if we're not going to vote, that will give us time to actually see what other districts are doing or other cities.
Yeah. Why don't Maggie, Ty, and I look at this again? So just to clarify my own head, are we looking for a sense of is that sense of the board right now that we're looking for some sort of draft or some sort of policy that might or it just says, for guidelines for social media accounts for board members that we're adopting as a policy, or are we looking for some sort of draft of guidelines of social media accounts for individual board members that are as part of like an orientation packet / you should follow these, but
I mean, I'm not convinced we need it as a policy. I think that, I kept looking for the school board director policies. I think it would behoove us to take out all of these different, like any social media guidelines for employees, for cities, for, like they're just not relevant.
No, I agree completely. I think that
and if there's like one or two districts that have them, then why are we spending the, I didn't want to spend our time on this.
No,
anyways.
I completely, I think that we were given a cornucopia of options to look at that we have moved on from. Whatever, it's all kind of,
yeah, whatever. I think what you said sounds good. Wait, am I muted?
No.
I'm not. Okay. I think what you said sounds good. Like you and I will take another whack at it and we will kind of mush it up and repurpose it somewhere where it's useful that people are comfortable with. So let's
I love the Highline guideline for social media use. I think it's excellent. And we could post it on board docs as a guideline. I think that's really helpful and useful.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll pay close attention to that as as we look at it in future. Did you catch that, Maggie? Highline good, our policy, not as good. Okay, so we're just gonna.
Guidelines, it's not a policy.
Guidelines, yeah, no, too much vocabulary. So Fred, we're just gonna table this whole conversation for a while.
Got
I'd like to just draw out this social media story as long as humanly possible for our board, so that would be great. Moving on, we have the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'm asking that we pull off, M from the consent agenda. Very brief discussion.
M or N?
And like money.
And like money.
Okay. As we know, any board member can request that any item be removed from the consent agenda and discussed. So can I have a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and seconded by Christina. Students?
Aye.
Board members?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 2050. And now, moving on to items removed from the consent agenda, and it is M, Board Policy 1800 OE11, Facilities and Capital Assets, approval of contract for elementary school painting project.
I just wanted to raise it now, and I know, we're in the midst of still awaiting final certification of the bond vote, but this is approval of a contract for painting that's been in the works for quite some time, and that we let the community know it's going to be part of the CapTech levy money for maintenance of our buildings, and that as the facilities committee was moving toward, and then the board pursued the bond for the items in the bond, the decision was made to focus the CapTech money on elementary schools in terms of the boilers and the carpeting, and then now the painting. And I know that through the amazing hard work of our facility staff, we have an amazing bid that came in half of what we were expecting, of $500,000 rather than $1 million to paint the 3 oldest elementary schools inside and out. I'm just concerned that that's a lot of money without knowing what our next steps are with regards to the care and repair and replacement of our facilities in the near to longer future. And I just wanted to bring that up before we approve a contract, which I know is kind of a done deal, and we've made commitments, but that's a lot of money to be painting when at least some of the reasons given for not liking this bond that we proposed and worked really hard on was because elementary schools needed to be replaced. So why would we spend $500,000 on painting schools that the community wants to see torn down? So I'm just throwing it out there. I don't expect this not to pass. I would just like to have a brief discussion on whether or not this is a prudent way to go.
So my view is if we were talking about millions or tens of millions of dollars, let's say an HVAC system, that it would be imprudent. But at 150,000 plus per school, I mean, the carrying cost on $6.5 million at 5% is like what, like $2.5 million? So it's like, it's a nothing investment for a huge return. And even if we were to replace the schools at earliest, and pass something tomorrow, it would probably, like, construction wouldn't be within years for permitting. The cost is nominal. I don't get why painting schools for $150,000 should be a hang up for.
I'm not talking
future
about,
plans.
it's, the contract's for $500,000.
Per school, a
But
little over, 100.
we don't break things down that way. We break them down by cost for the district with the fund.
All right, I'm gonna take the, I think that whether or not the bond passes, I think the important thing to realize is that our buildings need stewardship and care as they always have. And I think that we are lucky in our district that we have a team that is being excellent stewards of our school and doing the work they need to do and finding ways to do it in a really fiscally responsible way. And this is an example of that. I think that, old schools need love. The bond was there to give them a lot of love and do a major revamp, but this was always planned. We're not bereft of the ability to maintain our schools within the budget that we already have. Like, this is already budgeted for. This is already something that have deemed like sort of by the people that we've entrusted to be the stewards of our school as like a reasonable course of action to take. And we're lucky with this bid. We've hit a little sweet spot, I think, maybe in the construction world where a lot of people are waiting and seeing of what they're going to do while they see what markets and tariffs and the world looks like. And somehow we've hit a good spot for this bid. So I think that I appreciate so much the work that the people who are in charge of keeping our school buildings alive are doing every day to do that. And I just want to make that appreciation public. Like, no matter what happens, if the bond passes, it doesn't pass it, like what major improvements we can make versus like minor construction or whatever. I think that our schools are in very good hands with the people who are charged with maintaining and keeping them, and I defer to their judgment on what we need and when we need it.
I failed to articulate my concern appropriately. I agree with everything you just said. The decision to do the elementary schools, though, was because the path towards the bond was not going to address the elementary schools for at least 10, 15, 20 years, if not longer. Our HVAC system at our high school, which is about a $20 million project, is going to conk out. I mean, they do the best they can. They do a phenomenal job in terms of maintaining it. That's going to be a crisis when it hits. And I just wonder, at what point do we need to start saving money from our tech levy to address that? Because our kids have to go to school. We can't just shut down, and in the winter, if there's no heat. I mean, that's what I'm worried about. I'm sorry that I did not articulate myself well. It's not this contract per se. It's the infrastructure that we know is going to fail at some point, and it's a high cost.
I guess I would, I see you, Jim, I'm just going to respond. I guess I would at that point then ask Fred or Tony or to sort of like, is it an either or proposition? Like are we able to like have these rainy day projects, or these like sort of like looming? I mean, we all know the HVAC is out there, like I don't even know what the proper analogy would be, like a ghost on the horizon or something, like, waiting to jump on ours. But is it an either or proposition that we save for big projects first and still do routine maintenance, Dan?
So like, I'm gonna have a comment on this. I mean, so the city, for critical water infrastructure, authorized, I believe, $28 or $29 million, and without putting it to a vote, because there's unsecured debt, right? That's non-voted debt. For school districts, would have to explore with legal counsel, but it's 3/8 of 1%. So at a $24 billion assessed value, total valuation, we have $100 million in the event of a rainy day that the board could vote to authorize expenditures. I mean, it's that simple. So I mean, this idea that we need to preserve $500,000 in cap tech in the event of an emergency, I don't understand it, given that we have authority to take out $100 million if 3 members of the board decided to tomorrow.
Can you at least once actually say what I said? I said, I think we need to have a discussion about making sure that we're making good decisions about our funds, given the different
Yeah, and my-
situation we're in now. So let's stop making stuff up that I said.
Well, no, so, and my
And
response.
I'm responsibly saying this is a big check we're gonna cut, and is it still the responsible decisions due? I hear our experts saying, yes, it is, and I respect that, and I'm not gonna scream up and down. I am saying, what's our plan for the future?
Well, I just laid out that in the event of a rainy day, we actually have the authority
That's
for
responsible.
a lot more money.
Let's.
Well, so like the city was out of bounds for $28 million for the water
No, we should have been
infrastructure.
planning on doing a lot before we got
I mean,
here.
Okay, question,
Fred or you wanna weigh in at all or?
Yeah, and we obviously already started having conversations, and so I think, I think we have to, certainly we'll have to explore, and I have some ideas on that, of what it means to move forward following the bond, which every indication looks like it's not gonna hit the 60%. That being said, we still have a pool that has to be maintained and operating, and we've got a great project set up with that. And I think investing in our schools is still important. Tony and Brandy, I'd love for you to just weigh in about why this investment right now still makes sense. And we've had some conversations already who are working through our CAP projects, and this is one of them.
I would start by, these buildings are 30 years old, right? None of us live in a house that hasn't had paint on the wall in 30 years, right? We're talking 500 kids day in and day out. And that's rough use, right? These buildings need paint. These buildings need maintenance, right? We're not asking for a remodel, we're asking for a little caulk and paint to make it what it ain't. There you go. That's general maintenance. We committed to the community, 5 years ago when we put this levy out there, that this is what we were gonna spend the money on. This is what we're spending the money on. We aren't making up the project. It's been on the list since the voters voted on it. So I think we're just holding true to our word, and we're doing exactly what the citizens have asked us to do. So that's my 2 cents on it.
I would just add, and Director Lee, you mentioned what a good price we got on this, and this is a really a unique time in the market, and we have a local contractor who's committed to doing the work at half of what the estimate was. We will never be able to do this project for this price again. So, and $500,000 isn't gonna make a dent if the mechanical system at the high school goes out, right? It's gonna be a much bigger issue. So, I think we move forward with it. We have a pool where we have leveraged $2 million of King County Parks funding. That's not something we can back out on at this point. I think we're committed to do those things, but we certainly are going to evaluate what's on the table for next year.
Maggie Ty?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Deborah, for raising it for discussion. I think it's helpful for people to kind of understand which different pots of money stuff comes from, and the bond is on everybody's mind right now, or at least on my mind right now, so kind of in that context, should we still be going ahead with this? I believe, yes, we should just clearly still be going ahead with what we had planned. So, but thanks for raising it.
And I was just gonna say, thank you, and I agree, and our job is to ask questions, and that was the reason I brought it up.
I will just say that I imagine all the kids touching the walls like.
Gross. I need some Purell. Okay, so motion to approve item M from the consent, or can I have a movement? Yes, sorry.
I move that we approve consent item M.
A second.
Okay. All in favor, students?
Board?
Aye. Okay, 2050, on to our superintendent report.
Just a few things, I think we're all pretty still close to the bond. While a majority may have supported our bond, the supermajority did not. And I think following today's results, I'm pretty resigned to taking the next steps, which is listening to our community and now moving forward. My recommendation for us is, we need to take a really measured approach to just the way that we've done since right after we had the demographic studies. I guess that was kind of January of 23. And then we started moving forward with the long-range facility plan process. My recommendation to you all is that at the end of May, we have a study session on the budget, that we extend that. I think we need to review the CAP projects, as Director Lurie is reminding us. I think we need to review the projects that have already been completed and that may not. And then what's our plan for infrastructure that may need support? And I think this discussion illustrates that. And then finally, we need to look ahead to, we have an EP&O levy that's coming up in less than a year for a renewal. And then how does that impact future bonds as well? So, it's still raw for me, certainly as a superintendent who poured a lot into this with our staff, you as board members and our community members. And so I would be remiss not to publicly thank our students for jumping in, for our community for jumping in, our PTAs and others to lean into the conversation. We put together what I think was the best for our district right now. And unfortunately, it won't move forward at this time based on that vote. But that doesn't mean we're not going to provide a great education for kids. It doesn't mean that I don't get up tomorrow with all of these people fired up and ready to go to do what our students need us to do, which is show up for them and start finding alternatives. Yes, I'm concerned about some of the projects that we won't have completed, but we gotta move forward. So as far as admin positions, just quickly, we've reposted the Lake Ridge position, as I mentioned, the community. And I'm actively seeking both a permanent candidate and or an interim. The immigration rights and protections, we will be per your resolution, and if you don't mind, Ian's put together the resolution to be posted in all of the schools. I think he's going out tomorrow to do that. So this will be posted in all of our facilities. We will also launch a section in our website that helps our families, our immigrant families, regardless of what their status, with various aspects of navigating a very complicated system. And we're also drafting Administrative Policy 5300 that Director Battersby and I are coming down the home stretch with, that we hope to bring to you to take a look at, which is really going to outline in great detail what you have intended in your resolution. So I'm excited to launch those forward. And with that, I think that's my major items for the report.
Excellent. Legislative report. Christina, do you have anything?
I will just say that we went to a lead that we did mention it before with some of the students. That I don't see the Senate and the House reconciliating enough for the governor to approve yet on Sunday. So we have, as Fred mentioned, the MSOC only $35 per student added so far, and the special education, although it's included, is not enough for what all the schools have been advocating and telling this the state where we are at. So besides that, that's it. I will say, I think that every single citizen and every single person should definitely know the governor and the legislators where we're at in the schools, because it is very tough to run school with this in this situation. So, and there's something. I'm so sorry. I think that maybe next board meeting, maybe there's something to say, but I don't know. if there's anything else until they don't reconcile budgets. And the governor approves, and he's not willing to touch any rainy day budget. There's not room, and he is asking for cuts everywhere. So, yeah, that's where we are. There's.
And I just want to call out again, Christina's leadership on, as, co-led rep, but she's really taken the reins completely, on focusing on what the legislature is doing and how we can best advocate for our schools. It's been an enormous amount of work, and she's done so much more than any other lead rep, I'm gonna say, in the history of the world. And it's been inspiring to watch you work, Christina, and the effort and heart that you have put into this role and advocating for our school district. And inspiring the students. I mean, this student trip that we took to Olympia was like the first time we did that, where we were like, let's have our student voice be elevated. And let's have them the ones, and they led these meetings. They were the ones who spoke. It was really, I think, your mentorship of our students, not just our representatives, but also like other student leaders in the school, to show them that they can be advocates for our district, is really inspiring and should be inspiring for other student leaders.
And I will just say that it was fantastic, and that helped us build a better relationship with our legislators than if it was just only us as board members. So I think that the combination works fantastic. So I really appreciate all of you because I think it did make a change. We know them better, they know you better, and that's what we're here for, all the students. So yes.
Okay. Board reports, let's start, Director Lurie. Perfect. Christina, any of the board report?
I will only say that I went to the art show and I see the fantastic art here, and I'm always in awe of our students. That's all my reports.
So I stood in at West Mercer. So for West Mercer, one of the things that was discussed was sort of digging into the iReady data. Interestingly, like some of the growth for, I want to say, first and second grade was significantly higher than other grades. So I think it's sort of interesting, perhaps, for the board to explore if that's unique to West Mercer, if that's true across schools, in terms of seeing higher growth at certain grade levels, perhaps compared to others. Also, yesterday, it was the superintendent's community advisory meeting.
Teaching and learning.
Teaching and learning. I want both, so like I sometimes
That one's coming up.
confuse the two. Yeah, so it's coming up. One of the things that was discussed was resolution 739 on safe schools, and the board's the reason we just got in terms of regarding immigration enforcement, and the feedback was very positive. I think one of the big takeaways that hopefully is not lost on anyone is that our community is an immigrant community, and not just the nation, but particularly on Mercer Island. A number of people went to school and born in other places and work with colleagues that are on work visas. And so I think it's very real in terms of the potential effect, and knowing that that we have a very solid position that we won't cooperate with any immigration personnel unless required to by court order, and asserting autonomy and jurisdiction over our school district. And importantly, within this resolution is that giving guidance to school personnel if they are contacted by immigration and law enforcement, so they know what to do and aren't caught off guard, and being proactive. So very positive on that, as well as there's some discussion about what the district will look like in 5 years going forward. Perhaps unsurprisingly, on everyone's mind was the impact of AI, just across the board, from teaching to monitoring student progress and evaluation, and that to staffing, and that it will probably be profound, and it already is. And then last, for the Fine Arts Showcase, I too attended, phenomenal. Still not sure exactly how I feel about tiered seating, and if that, I recognize that at the college level, that's done. It just sort of strikes me as a little bit, I'm not sure it sits well for me, like with a public institution. And lastly, on sort of a note of optimism, it reminded me of an album that I really like called the Langley School's Music Project. It's about a 5th grade, it's an album that sort of has a cult following, and it's Innocence and Despair. And it features, I think, a 5th grade band up in the Langley School District, maybe from like 20 or 25 years ago. So I'd recommend checking it out if you're looking for something that's joyous, but also perhaps a little bit despairing.
Perfect at these times. I went to the high school PAC meeting. Very impressed with how much they cover there. They don't meet as often as other PACs, but they get a lot more done, which I think is a much more effective model. One of the things they talked about the idea that we've discussed in our board meeting. They talked about the SAT offering, and it was a huge PAC meeting. Like, I mean, there were a lot of parents there, and a very robust discussion. And nobody seemed. I mean, it seemed that the urgent need for SAT testing sites had pretty much completely dissipated. Like, there was just like no parent swell behind it, which was interesting because it has changed so much since, our COVID era kids were testing. But it seems to be like sort of a consensus that the urgent need in the room was over. But I appreciated all the thought and work that Principal Wold did in getting our message that what we had discussed here in our room out to the parents. And they talked a lot about parking, which is, as we all know, a perennial fun spot for the students. And it's amazing that there's not even enough spots for the seniors in the parking thing. So not even every senior gets a spot.
They should ride the bus.
Yeah, they should ride the bus. This is what we're saying. Think how much better that would be for you.
Didn't the district have the public buses operate once before and we got cards?
Yeah, in the old days.
It costs, yeah.
You can still go on.
You can ride the bus.
I mean, it's all free.
For students.
And it's free now.
Yeah, students have the age of 18.
Including ferries.
Ferries? What? They put kids on the ferry like a chump.
Really?
I think so.
I don't know. Okay, so that's it for reports. So,
Wait, Maggie Ty did.
oh, sorry, Maggie, sorry.
Nope, she doesn't.
Okay, never mind, Maggie, Ty. So what we're gonna do now is we're going to recess to executive session. The purpose is to conduct an executive session on litigation or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101. And we need about 20 minutes for this, so we will be in executive session until, with maths, 9:55.
Everybody else.
And then we'll be back to do that. So can I have a motion to adjourn to executive session, please? And second? Look at that enthusiasm. Okay. Do we need should we vote?
Nope, you just announced that we're
Okay.
going into executive session at 9:35.
Yeah, and we're. Okay, so, are we gonna go up here or we
I'm gonna jump off
Oh, gotcha. I'm like, what?
Okay, we
Okay.
are live.
All right, so we are reconvened, a quorum is expected, and we reconvened at 10 PM. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
4-0.
I just want to thank you, Michelle, for,
You always work.
yeah, I know it's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I always get help. Thank you, though. And if any of you ever see our custodian, he's
Now you go back.
awesome.
Can you guys, Dan, you wanna sign too?
Yeah, let me just go.
Oh, yeah, right, sorry.
Oh, and it's admin
Appreciate it.
professionals day on Wednesday, and the true secretary of the board is Michelle, who keeps it all straight.
Yeah, no, I was totally proud. Thank you.
Is there lots to sign or just her? There's lots.
Maggie Ty's gonna send it to President, right?
Yeah, from 7.
Yeah, 'cause you